Yeah. Oh, my screen is really big here. Um. Alright, so let's see how audio's fucked today. Muckluck just about ended too, so hey. I hope you got free drops. Oh, I had a huge breakfast this morning. I made sure I felt like I wanted to actually get shit done today. There was like the remainder of this like long meat, and then I threw like one egg in there and toast. And jalapenos, which you should always put the jalapenos in the food. I mean, I did, but I probably won't play the game before. I remember I was like, whenever I would go to like Beanland, like the main hub of Bean, I was always like, yeah, the sad music is great, and then I'd be like sad whenever I go there and it's playing the happy music, like after you save the town. It felt like it got better when everything got bad. Can't too spicy. Baby. Child. God, what's it called? So Godot actually like just recently dropped 4.6. I'm happy to say that Godot seems, or like Gorbash, like seems to have updated well with it. I have found like probably zero errors. I hope it's zero errors, because if there's not, then there's an error I haven't seen yet, and that's gonna be fun to diagnose. In case you haven't realized, I hate having to diagnose issues. And then earlier today, I played around a bit, which you're about to see in a moment. I'm just gonna make some tea real fast, and I should be, like, properly live. I haven't actually made my tea yet. I had ice cream, and I need to make sure I offline that ice cream with tea, because the tea is better for my throat. So I will be right back while happy music plays, I guess. Okay, I have like 1 minute on the thing. I'm so pissed. I spent a lot of time a few days ago recording my fireplace running. And I was going to make that the new background. And then I go into my camera's SD card and I see that it did not record. And I was so fucking pissed, which means I'm going to have to... I rearranged a lot of my room since then. So I had to rearrange it just to record a fireplace, just so I can have the nice comfy... Anyways, my tea should be done. 1 sec. Oh, no, no, yeah, I remember you doing that and it didn't work. Yeah, you know how it goes. I don't know why If I watch me like put my SD card into my camera and then it's just there, I have no idea. I made sure it recorded. I was clicking the record button. It was recording. Alright. I think I've got this tea ready to go. What button is what? I switch over to the system here. Wait, no, not that one here. It's here. I think I recorded off of this one last time I was doing things. Why does Chrome have 17 processes when I have 4 tabs open? Chrome, web browsers in general, really. Okay, I have to like... So since, like, last time on Dragon Ball Z, I have moved this god-awful couch here because it was just taking up space in the over there, and I was hoping, like, maybe I could make use of it over here until I get to dismantle it. So I'm on this giant couch, which God knows what is living in it. And I have to, like, figure out the most comfortable and, like, developer-friendly way to position myself here. This is very strange. I have no idea what I'm doing. I have to move the Mac stuff over here so I can focus my end on the Windows, or not Windows. I literally do not have a Windows computer. I'm going to, like, get rid of all my mini PCs soon. And, like, one of them is Windows 11. I got exclusively for this, and, like, testing on Windows stuff. At this point, I'm like, why should I even bother? If I had a Windows testing computer, it'd be either Windows 7 or Windows 10. I have no reason to use Windows XP or Windows 11, whatever. Uses Opera GX. Still trying to move to WaterFox. Honestly, moving from one browser to another is not that hard for the most part. I don't really know what makes it hard these days. Aside from, because like, then again, a lot of the times I was moving from one Firefox variant to another, but then there's like a million Firefox variants. Like WaterFox has differences to like Firefox and LibreWolf. Those are like the 3 I've mainly used. If you're really a meme, you could do Vivaldi. There's that one that's coming out that's like made to, what is it? It's like supposed to be built from scratch. No idea if it's actually going to be good, but it's like an alpha now, I think, or something. Which would be great. Just get used to a lot of the plugins and trying to find a similar type. How many plugins do people use in their web browsers? Like, show of hands on, like, what you people are even using. The only, like, plugins I use are, like, Alternative Twitch Player, uBlock Origin, uMatrix, which I think is, like, 1,000-year-old out of date. And, there's another. What else do I have on here? Sponsor Block. Which, by the way, like, is also, like, necessary half the time. Anyways, guys, so, like, before I started the stream, Chrome integrates nicely with work tools since they're on the Google Suite. Yeah, that's why you have to, like, tell your boss to get fired or move off Chrome ecosystem. Stardust Fields Area 64. What? What's the Area 64 on this song list? Yeah, personal PC is different for sure. Guys, I've been playing around with a Think Center. If you guys want to learn Linux on a decent system, like, get a Think Center. Like, I've seen, like, some $600 ones going for $400, and they can run video games pretty well. Like, not super duper, like, you're not going to run 60 FPS high settings or anything, but you pretty well. It's, like, almost like a slightly lower Steam Deck, except you can just, like, use it as a full computer in a game dev suite. Now, this is on my tower. I've got a new GPU in this so that it can actually work. My old GPU was an NVIDIA, like, 350, or 360. And it, like, just back in November was when it died. If you remember, I stopped streaming for a while back then. And it sucked that it died. I could only tell it was dead because like recently I like I like rearranged and plugged in my system again and it worked. It powered on, but it didn't like have the SD in it. SD, whatever. And then I realized it wasn't video outing. So I plugged it in, did a check. Oh, the PSU isn't plugging into the GPU. So let me do that real fast. And then it would not power cycle. So I ordered an AMD card, like a 9060. And, you know, it's like a super new high power GPU. So, you know, I could sit here and make 2D games. And then it worked. It just turned on. So and then like, I got the same card for Argel because he switched to Debian and tried to get the NVIDIA drivers working on his like 1060 or 1070 or whatever it was. 10-year-old card or something. And NVIDIA is like such a piece of shit when it comes to Linux. Just go AMD. Fuck NVIDIA. Linus Torvald himself was correct for like flipping NVIDIA off. Fuck NVIDIA so much. Like, yeah, you're gonna render things a little slower in Blender. Who fucking cares? At least your system fucking works. Even integrated GPU AMD works really well with Linux. Like I said, this ThinkCenter is an AMD. Hell, fucking Intel apparently works better because Intel at least also open sources their drivers. Guys, Intel is like one of the worst fucking companies on the planet. Indie wiki that hids fandom uBlock better what the fuck? Another one that helps me preserve web pages. God, that's a nightmare too, right? Anyways, look at what this is. So remember last time on Dragon Ball Z, I like put in on a whim, I just put in my scripting system, my like symbol to callable scripting system. And it worked? It fucking worked? Like, it was alarming how well it worked. But I went into it earlier today to like get myself ready for stream and like get myself into momentum. And I was able to like extend it just a little more for this specific context for like NTCs. And so I had to like move, look, wait, hover, leap, shout. So I have stuff like here, hover, look, wait, look, and look, wait, move. So now I could do this. Like, I could script out things like this. You can see it with that little Viper. Yay! I was gonna ask you if you knew how tricky it would be to serialize a callable in a save system, or if you've done that. Okay, so this is where something like Lisp is better. Because Lisp is, like, the code is the data. So it actually does that stuff better. So you can just, like, have the strings. It is not possible to serialize a callable the way you might want or think. And the reason is because of, like, what a callable is. It's entirely, like, it's a pointer, right? It's a pointer to a function call functionally. Obviously, it's not when in the context of GDScript, but you have to think of it that way. And so you can't just say, like, callable.serialize and then, like, out spits a JSON. What you need to do is you would have to do what I'm basically doing, where you have an API, kind of. You build out an API of string name that links it to a callable, and you have some kind of parsing that, like, turns the arguments automatically into whatever the function needs to be. And so the way I do that, if you look at mistake.gd, because this whole code is a mistake, let's see, parse script, this is where we just take, like, every line in a script, quote-unquote, and it gets, just, like, all of the tabs are turned into spaces for the sake of preserving and, like, reading things through. Parse line, it breaks everything down. If it starts with a semicolon, it's treated as a comment, so it'll just replace it with a blank callable that doesn't do anything. And then, it'll split up spaces, it'll disallow empty, and that's how we just, like, make sure it all works. We just, like, have it broken down. So now it's functionally feeding in arguments, and argument 0 is kind of like shell script, where argument 0 is what function you're actually calling. So basically, you're taking plain text and you're bringing in symbols here, which is string name and callable association. We grab the callable based on the string name, and then the arguments are everything after the first. And then there are other ways. Here we actually parse an argument. So for every thing after the first, which is the function name, comes the arguments, and we parse it based on what contents it has. So is it a valid integer, we'll return it as an int. Is it a valid float, we'll return it as a float. If it returns with string, wrapper, quotes, whatever you want to call them, then it's considered just that, a string. Otherwise, it's going to be checked if it's in a symbol for another thingamajigger. And it will also fall back as a string. But you can get fancy here. You can implement alternate ways, like what is the first character of the string that you're feeding in? And you could do something like elif r dot begins with, say like $. My T is like right where I'm typing. I need to move that here. So you could do something like that, like elif arg begins with $, and you could like return something else. Like, I actually was intending to do this at some point where you can check if this is like a flag, right, in global data, and you could set a flag that way. Now, I don't know if I'm going to do it this way. That would require me to like modify how this parser works. But this is a really simple parser. This is like borderline assembly kind of parsing, where it's just, you have your instruction and then you have like up to a couple of arguments. Now you can add more and more arguments as long as like this is going to work. This is bared by not very stable. It's probably very slow because it's being parsed at the GD script layer. And there's no error checking that matters. Like, none at all. Look at this. There's nothing. And so, like, if I added, like, too many instructions, or too many arguments to an instruction, it's going to just break, and I'm gonna just have to go in. There's no, like, double checking if it's valid. So, like, here I gave look 2 arguments. Rather 2 extra arguments. Or rather 1 extra argument, whatever I'm trying to say. So, like, the way it works here is in syntax. This is my syntax for the entities, like, API, quote-unquote, symbol list, I've been calling it, symbol table, whatever. And here it's got look, and it needs the field entity it targets and the direction, which is actually a variant here. And this is like one of the rare cases where I'm willing to use variant explicitly. Normally I type things as much as possible, but in this case, because I want to either take an integer, which is functionally still a direction, or I want to take a string because we are writing this into a script, and maybe I want things to be readable. So like, look NW is mapped to northwest, and if you look here, it got tile care map, and this is just a shortcut like thing, like I could say like, oh, this and that. So I just associate and can jump to, okay, they typed in northwest, so they want the northwest direction. And I could return that bit flag, bit mask, whatever the fuck, to syntax here. And we just make sure, like, is the direction that's being targeted, like, in the key list. That's, like, one of the few error checks I do. And, I could, in theory, actually, like, assert properly here. I could say, like, oh, yeah, so I'm in Godot 4.6, like I said. One thing that's nice, they actually highlight placeholders now. Dragon Gaming Real. And so, I could say, like, that. I'm just gonna say, like, what is it? Direction. Because, like, at this point, we know that direction is a string, because we're checking in this little branch here. Not in tiled chair map. Or I could just say, like, is invalid direction. And, that way, if I fuck this up, for example. Like I said, it wants a string, and the way my parser does it, right? Like, when it returns, when it parses the argument and it sees, like, oh, it's NW, that's a string. Because it has no other handling, so we're going to treat it as just a normal string. And so it'll see this, but I could do, say, like, look NS, so look north-south. Obviously, there's no north-south, so I could just give it a more explicit assert message and see, like, here we got NS's invalid direction. Now, obviously, this is not going to be showing up here. It's going to be showing thing up. I just downloaded 4.52 since last stream sort of inspired me. No, now I'm looking to make it download it on Steam. Don't download it on, like, don't rely on Steam for updates, because Godot is going to update it all the time automatically-ish. You don't want necessarily to do that. At least in, like, Linux. So, here I've got 4.6, but you can easily, like, set up your own setups here. Like, your own, like, oh, like, you can go in, like, edit applications, and you can just jump in here, and you can, like, put them in, like, I put them in opt for whenever I'm doing manual setup of programs, because, like, there's no installer for Godot. It's such a light program, you don't need an installer. It's, like, less than 200 megs. But, you can do that, and that way you just have access to, like, multiple versions, because you don't want things to automatically update your projects. You never know if something's gonna break. Or, like, something subtle, like the rendering engine might change slightly and your game actually looks different. So you might want to stay on a certain version. Blender's like that, too. Sometimes you want to keep all your models and stuff for a certain project, like, on a certain version. And you want to, like, only update if it seems like everything's stable. I've been updating with Gorbash because there are some good features here and there. And there's also, what's it called? There's a lot of 2D optimizations that apparently came on with 4.6. Now this is, if you guys haven't realized, a 2D game. So, and I'm developing for these damn handhelds, so I'm, like, gonna take every optimization I can get. Like, at the engine level. Now, most of the time, I don't think I'm actually blocked by anything rendering related. A lot of the problems I have with performance are related to certain points with GDScript, particularly when calculating turns in combat. And that's only on the handhelds, right? And that's a very weak ARM CPU that I'm dealing with. That's not even related to the Mali GPU when it comes to 2D games here. Remember the trouble we had going from 4.1 to 4.2. Those two, like, going from 4.1 to 4.2 did introduce some brokenness, which is, oh, right, I forgot to, like, break the thing I deliberately broke. Or unbreak it, rather. But yeah, so this is one way, and here's the thing. I can write my own editor if I wanted to as well. Huh? Did I add... What did I do here? Oh, right, I added an X... Right. Yeah, so, like, if that attempts to call with too many arguments, that'll also cause a problem. Now, you might be asking, like, wait, so, like, what with the parsing and what are you doing? I have severe untreated trauma of upgraded game engine versions. Yeah, because, like, remember, Crash was there developing, what's it called? Daikatana. And he personally upgraded it from, like, Quake to Quake 6 or whatever. Yeah, AGS also was probably, like, really unstable in some ways. I remember there was that one broken change when you, like, had the page transitions and that screwed up somehow. And, like, they had to, like, go in and, like, change that or something. There was some discoloration going on this side of the screen. No one could see it because I think it's entirely just on the monitor end. And so I want to say, like, too, this is a Lisp thing I picked up from. But, where is it? Oh, mistake. The reason why I parse this here, like parse args and stuff, this is why I return hard types, is so I can do things like when I call the initial, like, syntax function here, like, move, direction can be a variant, and then I can just scan it in. But otherwise, I could still have some typedness. I love typedness. I want typedness. I think I more or less have critter brushes the way I like them now. Yeah, so, like, guys, Debian is nice, but like I said, just, if you're gonna move to Linux, just move on from NVIDIA. Guys, this is not 2003. We don't need more Windows. We don't need more NVIDIA. AMD is fine. Make no mistake, they're gonna fuck things up somehow, one way or another anyways. But, like, just get, like, a ThinkCenter and learn Linux. I actually am gonna replace, like, my server with a ThinkCenter. So, because, like, I hear Lenovo's, like, Think stuff is very good. ThinkSlop, if you will. ThinkSlop is good. And, I kind of can't swap GPUs now, but I probably won't be an issue once I get a new SSD. It shouldn't be, ideally. I don't know. Like, I had NVIDIA, like, I was able to work with it pretty well. But, like, I don't remember what changed, or, like, why it happens, or, like, why things are broken now, but, like, it just wasn't an issue the way it was when Argel tried to put things together, and everything just kept exploding. Doody, doody, doot, doot, doody. Anyways, so that's, like, my 101 on, like, look at all the fun things I can do now that I can just, like, directly write in a path with simple plain text, and it just works. I don't think it's performant at all, make no mistake. Apparently, GDScript's dictionary hashing, like, jumping, whatever, is very slow. I'd imagine for me it was more Wayland being... Yeah, Wayland is also a thing. Like, Wayland's also kind of a piece of shit. I never hear good things about it. Luckily, here on KDE, on this system, it's actually been working pretty well. Like, you can see I have Conky here. When that's, like, the most important part. I have fun little widgets. I obviously have the workspace thing I showed last time. So, I don't know enough about things, but probably using Xorg would work better with NVIDIA. Mostly because Xorg is old. Xorg is like 20, 30 years old. And it's very mature. I don't know how Xorg XDE would work. But, like, I think Valve has been dealing with Wayland, right? Like, there are mistakes with Wayland, but, like, I've been optimistic with Valve in the Linux space. Considering Gabe Newell is just over here subsidizing a bunch of open source projects. So it's like, I at least like their developers who are like, you know what, I don't want to make a hat for Team Fortress 2 today. I'm just going to make like the latest Windows game run on Linux out of the box. And so I'm hopeful that things will get better with that. A KDE I am actually liking. Oh, god damn it. I left Discord on this computer again. You just, like, kill that. See, I have the ThinkCenter, which is, like, being the smaller computer right now. And I actually had to move the Mac off of the power supply that the tower is currently running from. I had both running at the same time, like, with OBS and everything running all at once. And... like, the thing was beeping, and I think it was like, hey, dumb fuck, you are burning energy on the PSU. Despite being plugged in. You are, like, spending more energy than not spending it. So I moved that over to the one that the ThinkCenter is plugged into. Hopefully that, like, dilutes the power draw. So, I can't believe I'm reaching the point that, like, power draw is becoming a thing. Maybe I need to, like, actually get a Mac Mini M4 after all. But I also don't wanna. Also, because then I would have to, like, liquidate this iMac, and this iMac is a fucking giant-ass screen, and a pain to, like, just put in a box. I still have the box it came with. It's sitting in the corner. It is half of my corner, in fact. So, there's a number of cool things I can do with this now. Pop! OS is fine with a few extremely specific inches. Like running in my ACOM, yeah, Digimon, Digital Monsters. Not being able to read because of a Braille system and being bungled with GNOME. Yeah, GNOME is like... GNOME seems to be like one of the worst interfaces, and thus they decided that like that's going to be the mainstream for Linux. Thank you, whoever decided that. Same fucking assholes who probably did System D, motherfuckers. Guys, this Chucklefuck Forest, like, really was a pain for me when I was really young. Chucklefuck Forest would just destroy me. I was really bad at Mario the Luigi Superman Sega. I was so bad at this game. And you know what part of it was? Because anytime I leveled up, I didn't realize you could scroll up and down on the stat menu. So I was only leveling HP. And if you haven't played that, like, every time you level a stat, there's diminishing returns until you level another stat. Like that. So I actually just kept throwing levels away. I was playing on hard mode and I had no idea. The last time I played it, I like leveled up like power and offensive stuff and I did great. Mario & Luigi hard mode. Even then, HP is probably like still a useful stat. But it was rough. It was rough like a dog. Arf, arf. So there's a lot of cool things though now. Like I was just kind of like adding on to this, and I'm thinking about actually implementing other symbolists to other areas of the game. Because this would be good for getting like other people to like help me with this. Cause like then it's like, okay, well, I need to like set up a cutscenes to like be able to do this, but I would also need to like let the system actually change the target too. Cause as it currently stands, the way it works is that the move path stuff, like start movement, whatever it was, like do script is like what actually runs it based on the movement path string here. And it just, like, does a full parse, and it returns a bunch of callables. And it just does one by one. And the first argument's always going to be this entity. If I want to, like, extend this to the cutscene system as a whole, I will have to, like, have a version of this which doesn't do that. And I have to, like, set it up so we say, like, okay, this character will move. This character will do this. And then maybe even, like... There's a number. This is like slowly becoming basic, I think. Like straight up basic. Which I've never actually written in basic before. I had like a hack and slash game dev book once, like in Visual Basic, and that was about it, and I never actually did all the projects in it. Guys, do you think it would be fun if I actually just took an old, like, C or C++ programming book for games? And I just did all the exercises, even if I am, like, in some ways overqualified. The problem is I'd have to, like, make it work with my system. But one day I want to do some streams of low-level coding, just because I like it. I just want to, like, get better at that stuff. But I never have time to, because I have to do this stuff all the time. Every copy of Mario & Luigi is personalized. Technically, yes. Just based on your stats. So I could, like I said, I can make kobolds that run around in new and novel ways. I want to do that with How to Draw a book. So, like, remember this fucker? Remember, like, 2 weeks ago, I was, like, struggling to, like, I had to, like, manually plug in a bunch of coordinates and, like, make this guy walk around. And now... I could just say, fuck that. So, like, here's the auto run. I could just delete that now. And I could instead say, like, okay, bear in mind, so I have float, or no, I have hover, was it? I think I have hover. Yes, I have hover here. Hover lets me write in... where is it? Wait. Look, where's hover? Okay, here we go. Like, I do need to, like, change these. I may need to move these in later. Good thing is, too, I can, like, say, like, move dot hover and just, like, move that in there, and then there you go. Because, like, this just wants a callable, and you can point callables outside of this script, as long as it, like, fits the mold of what's gonna get called. This is why I wish I had Lisp in Godot and game dev and stuff. If I could write a Lisp parser in Godot, that would be so great. So hover, I can supply height and seconds. So I could say hover for, what, like half a second? Which, wait. No, like 16 tiles, or 16 pixels rather, for half a second. And then I could say set hover. It's couldn't actually tween hover. I say set, it's more like tween. I can use tab, because like I said, I replace all instances of tab. It's not a smart parser, I should by the way warn you. Like, this is a dumb parser. It does not know. If you put like a tab in a string like this, it's going to turn that into a space. It's not a smart parser. But I could do stuff like that. And then I could say like move to, how many times are we going to move? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. Like here. So 16, guys, I can't do fucking math. Oh wait, that's the math, right. 16, okay, so 160. Do we have a calculator in? Yes, Kcalc. Thank you, because I can't do math. I literally cannot do math, guys. 160 divided by 8. 20. So we're going to move 20 tiles. And, wait, what direction? Well, actually, hold on. I think it's this way. So we move east. So we're going to move east 20. So what I mean, it almost kind of looks like like some weird basic or assembly or some shit. I don't know. And then we're going to move north. How much are we going to move north? We're going to move 96. Can't do math. 96. 12. Using a calculator reminds me of the time I was bored as fuck waiting in an office. And I was just, like, thinking about how I was going to beat Security Hall in Sonic Adventure 2. That skill walled me so hard for a very long time. That was why I never beat that game in full for a very long time. Like, at least 3 or 4 years, I think. And so I just need to make sure that I return with, like, the same amount so it never goes out. I could copy this in. In theory, this should make him, like, hop. And if I didn't fuck up the arguments, like that, accepted 3 arguments. What are you fucking talking about, expected 3 arguments? I want to say that it was here that it screwed up. Move. What did I fuck up on, huh? Ah, what did I do here? Oh god. Whatever. Move extended. Okay, so move extended is what I fucked up. So move extended was direction and count. See, this is what I mean. It's not very good when it comes to actually debugging because it's very minimal. I thought you said Weast. I should have put the Weast direction in and see if people would have figured it out. So move Weast 20. Should be move Weast 20, right? Like, that's 3 arguments right there, because the first is invalid call to function. What are we calling here? Okay, so it's not actually the first call that's throwing out an error. Oh, okay, so move extended. See, this is the thing at least. See this too, like I have my print function which parses the callable and it will give you the callable name as well as all the arguments that are being fed in, so it lets you like quickly just look at what's wrong. I should like assert in such a way that I identify if there is... God, it's surprising how quick this soundtrack goes. It is a Game Boy game, I guess, but... Game Boy Advanced, rather. Move and move extended. So I'm using two different movements here for some reason. Move and move extended. What? Why did I type mother? What is wrong with me? I'm the stupidest person ever. And by the way, I should say this too. Godot actually lets you write your own script editors. So if I wanted to, I could actually make this even better. By saying like, here, edit script, and I open a custom editor that automatically syntax highlights. That's a thing you can do. And I might mess with it at some point. I have messed with it before. Motherfucker. Maybe it's not, maybe I'm like looking at the wrong one that's called, because keep in mind, these are also like coming from multiple of these. I think one of these guys is set to something wrong. I think it might have been this guy because I was deliberately changing things here. Let me like just set this guy to wander. If I set him to wander, then maybe... Okay, yeah, so I think one of them was screwed up. Why aren't you doing the thing? Hello? Move. Oh my god, I'm an idiot, by the way. So this guy's actually supposed to be over here now. Because this is a starting point. He's left on idle. That would explain why he wasn't moving. So he could have never been the issue in the first place. What are you talking about? Expected hover 3 fuck yous. See guys, it's so much easier. Huh? What are you hovering incorrectly for? Am I passing something? Am I passing two things in or something? Height, float, seconds. In theory, could I make them flight in multiples of 8? Like for tile? That might technically be better, but I don't know if I'll do that or not. It would be better than like throwing in a float. Stop. Stop. Hey, what's this do? Why am I... Stop. Stop being... What are... Stop. Okay, there we go. I don't know what that was all about. I've never actually... Oh my god, that's so fucking nice! That's really nice. Anyway, so I could say, like, do this. Now, this is not syntax highlightable, obviously, but it's nice to see this. So I could do like that. I could just throw in a comment there. In theory, that should not break. You know, now that we have variable args, I think you might be able to also, like, do some shenanigans. I could probably get away with a lot of murder now. Right, so why is the hover breaking? Hover works over here. You know what, I wonder... Oh man, what if it was actually me tabbing and, like, it's not doing what I thought it was supposed to do? I would be mad if that was the case. Because, like, bear in mind that, like, things like to change. And just, like, you can get away with what now? Murder. I can be a serial killer. Okay, so anyways, the thing I said earlier doesn't work, and I'm gonna have to fix that. But either way, it works anyways. Just believe it. Believe in it. I'm still gonna, like, use spaces for now. I am going to do this because it would make things a little easier, too. Actually, I could use tab anyways. No, that makes no fucking difference, really. Wait. Yeah, no real fucking difference. I need to make it so that the substring is not going to allow empties. I thought I made it do that, and apparently I didn't, and it's your fault. Move, S, 12. And what's great, too, I can even make tools that let you script this out visually. And then I could have it where it, like, scripts it out, and then it'll, like, parse it and, like, rebuild it, and then it could, like, do all sorts of things. You can output text based on, like, what you put in the GUI. It's the first time I've said GUI and not GUI. Okay, this works, right? Damn straight it fucking works, motherfucker. Ding, ding, ding. I'm sorry? Why are we doing this again? Let's say, like... Oh, I also have my numpad not doing that. Let's like, 0.6 or something. Slow it down there. I'm also gonna have to, like, have these tile sizes, I think. Yeah, there we go. So you can see, like, now he's doing that. Let me bring this down to 10 and 6. 10, 6. 10, 6. And let's have the hopping time. No. Meow. Whoop. So I can do this now. 6, 7. I still don't know what that mean is. I literally have no idea. I see that everywhere. I still have no idea. Guys, I'm getting old. I can speed this jump up even more. Just like 0.1, 0.1. Make him look like he's on coffee. Beep, 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 beep. Truth is, no one knows. Are you sure? I can make him move a little faster, too. Whip. 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 Also, he needs to be moved down, not up. I don't want to click him. Down. And so I could say, like, let's speed him up to, like, 0.5? 0.5 being, like, how long it takes in seconds to actually, like, get between the points. There we go. See how much, like, easier it is to put the stuff together now? Seven. I think this would be better. It's just one of those click-clock tips of the week. Clips of the week. That kid doing the hand gesture and saying 6, 7. I don't even know what the hand gesture is. There we go. Whip, whip. This is also great because now I could just do this. Got him. From what I know, it's a shit song that for some reason gets quote. But it's usually in a brain nonsense, but usually used in a nice context. Guys, 6, 7 is 2 off from 6, 9. Haha, I poisoned you. Why am I not getting translations? I have noticed that I'm not getting translations for some reason. That's not going through, and I don't know why. What if, like... Did, like, localizations get fucked? Well, it wouldn't be in here. Templates. Trying to think, like, why was 6 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. That's like the one Dexter's Lab clip I remember, among other Dexter's Lab clips I remember. That was like a thing that got repeated so much in that episode. We're already in the final dungeon? This is like the shortest game ever. My trash can is on the other side of my couch that is blocking me from the rest of my room right now. Yoshi. Guys, I still think that the best Mario movie is the weird anime one where Luigi is a different color. That is still the most Mario-y feeling of them. I think this is probably tailored well enough. In theory, I could have, like, another bridge down here. And I could have a kobold that just runs through the city like this. It would be a pain to get the pathing down, but it is feasible. Not sure if I ever saw that one. I know Vinny watched the entire thing when it got like this HD like fan remake. Someone found the original reels, and they did a bunch of cleanup. Like they had a whole team doing a bunch of cleanup. So you can watch it in like 4K or something. And they like adjusted the colors and everything to make sure that they were consistent among different frames. It's probably like the definitive way to watch that now. Add a 10% chance of Kobold accidentally falling into the river. Just like you get a free like pass there if you with that Kobold if you wanted a Kobold. Something I can do too is in this scripting system I can do things like I can give it so hey you can I want many a Kobold actually. Static Funk, so I could say like move seconds. Well, see the tile movement thing is a little weird because it's based on how long it takes to get from point A to point B in seconds. It's not like literal tile movement speed. Maybe one thing I could do is I could multiply, or I could divide the seconds. I could divide the tiles that it's supposed to move in a line by how the tile speed is set, and maybe that's like one way that like things can be made consistent or whatever. Add Kobold amount int. Static Funk add Kobold. Yeah, the only thing is you need to do it like the like underscore case or whatever the fuck they call this. ST speed. Set speed. So I could do things like that, and then set speed, me, Kobold, float, whoops, seconds. I have to rename it later because speed is incorrect. But you could do things like tile move time. Tile move time is the actual thing. I'm just a Java basic ass normie bitch at work. I always use camel case. Well, you know what you could do? If you ever get into... If you hate GD script, C# is still a thing, which is basically like C++ plus Java. It's very similar. There are times where I'm like, am I gonna like let myself use mono in order to like optimize or like chunk off parts of the code base into C# so I can get a little more extra speed out of it in exchange for being a bitch to manage? But so here, in theory, I could do something like, say, speed, speed 1.0, and then maybe I could go down here, and at this jump, I say speed 0.5. So I could do things like, look how quickly I can just add on to this scripting language without any, like, real hard coding beyond just, like, I don't know if this is actually doing the thing, but no, that's, like, the same speed. It's wrong. I hate it. It lied. Set speed. He yumpin'. Seconds. Why are we not doing this correct? Oh, wait, did I make it read-only? Might actually be read-only. I might have been trying to access the wrong thing here. Oh, yeah, tile move speed without the thing is actually read-only, so, one sec. So I underscore that to access the private version. I'm gonna be so mad if video games. Okay, see that? Now you can see his move speed actually changes based on when I change it in the script. And you could see in the bottom, like, what's processing. Obviously, it's just a bunch of auto runs, and it's, like, cluttering the UI down there, or the terminal. But that's like, that is such a, and here's the thing that's really cool about this. This is not just like a Godot thing. Any language domain, you can kind of like implement this, because it's just it's a dictionary where you have a function pointer as the value and a string as the key. Ideally a string name, or like whatever your version of an intern string is. Because then, you can cut down on how much string usage is. A string name is basically, like, you can check equality and hashes based on just a simple integer check, basically, because you're just checking pointers or references. Gets a little tired, then leaps. The only thing is, like I said, I'm going to have to, like, figure out if I want to make... I maybe have to consider, like, tile move time and, like, multiply based on how many rolls we're going. Chain. Where's the chain? Because I think chain would be... Chain. Do I chain? I don't chain here. Really? Count. Oh, right, I don't do that because of that. So, relative move tile... Move time. Right, so this is chain. So what I could do... speed is, say, me.tile move time. I have to divide by count. But I'm going to do it through... utils.fnmath.div, because that's actually, like, I do some checks in that to make sure you don't divide by 0. Because then we end up back in 2014, where you would divide by 0 and kill everyone. That should return a float, right? Yes. In theory, this will slow down everyone who's moving multiple tiles at once, like through chain move. But this would be better overall. Move to tile. This would make things a little weird because we're actually moving based on... I would need to like calculate how many tiles it takes to move to a thing, but let's see how this looks. I want to see how this looks real fast. Yeah. Yeah. Why can I... Oh, I need to make this solid. Wait, how did I walk through here? Oh, I could, like, stick a chest right here or something. And now, I guess I could, like, because I'm doing this that way, I could make some adjustments to how this looks. Because he was taking half a second to walk that whole path. But here I could say, like, you know, move the whole way in, like, 2 and 4 seconds instead. Or something. Nope, I'm a fuck up. I just said wait and not speed. I'm not even targeting the correct kobold. So, like, here I could change this. So I could say, like, here, speed 5. Or rather, speed seconds, whatever. 2.5. And see, like, how that looks. This might make iteration a lot easier. And, arguably, I could even, like, make an in-game editor. Though it would only work with platforms that have a keyboard and mouse to, like, actually edit things. And I could have, like, open windows on the side, maybe. Which shows, like, an NPC script. Arguably, I could go in and I could actually, like... I could write in a script editor that plays, like, in-game. And I could make it where I can change the script and then it will recompile and just run it again. That would actually be really good for in-game, like, cutscene making, basically. I also have to, like, turn on my light. Well, actually, I don't think I need to. It's actually, like, not so cold out today that I can, like, open my window and not feel like I'm gonna freeze to death. I still feel the cold a little bit, though. It was really cold yesterday. It's still a little chilly in the kitchen. How many of you are freezing alive? Speed Mach 5. Guys, the possibilities are limitless. So that as long as, like, I don't need to, like, code GD script and I'm abstracting through script or through text, it's very possible I can make part of the game, like, editable in-game. The only issue is I would, like, have to save to it, too. And that's a little harder to work with. The roads are here so iced that we had to go get my partner's meds, and it was scary how much we slid. Oh, no, yeah, that's gotta be fucking horrifying. I guess I could, like, switch this over real fast. Select all. Let's kill the soundtrack. I always forget that Partners in Time is not as solid. Trace the Yoshi just made it to stream. Did any more kobolds escape containment? Yoshi. Yahoo. Haring Ha. Yes, I've been scripting this kobold for the past, like, hour now. Meow. Meow. I guess that would, if I, in theory, that would make, like, a long, consistent path through town possible. I wish there were ways that I could set it so that when I'm snapped to grid, I can see only the, like, tile changes or the snap changes instead of having to divide by 8 every time. That would make this a lot easier for me to, like, map out. Whoops. This also means I'm gonna have to, like, make changes when I get back to the Kobold dungeon. Because I can, like, now script out their mapping so much more. There are some nice things in Pit, but the game probably most Holloway Simulator feeling. There were some bosses in that game I was really bad at. There is some good tracks. I remember Toad Town was good. Because it's sad and depressing and fucking miserable. I hate happy things. Don't be happy. Create loot. I could, like, actually start, like, building out kobolds running around in the town more. But this also means I need to, like, start... Oh, you know what I could also do? Hold on. Syntax. Again, this is what I mean by this, like, sort of, syntax symbols, mapping thing is so useful. Commands is, like, how it works in GDScript, but mapping to commands and, like, adding some abstractions here makes it easy to do stuff like, hide me, void, whoops, and I could just do, say, like, okay, visible equals false. Boilerplate code, like, just writing all this boilerplate really, really succinctly. Show. True. And then just being able to say, like, okay, funny. Let's just hide. And then after this jump, let's show. Whoops. So in theory, if I did that right, he should, like, do the thing that he's not doing right now, which is, you know, disappear at times and not. What did I do fucked up, really? If I do that... Okay, yeah, so that is supposed to work. What did Crash do to break this? See, it's so easy to... Oh, because I didn't actually add it as a function. I need to add an error message whenever there's not a... When, like, I don't have an associated function being called. So I could say, like, hide is mapped to hide. You can see, basically, I'm trying to build out an RPG Maker API without having RPG Maker. Show. There we go. See? Okay, he just disappears. It's so easy to just add more functionality to things. Guys, this is why I'm starting to think I might have to do this for combat as well. Like, imagine being able to say, like, damage, and then you, like, just give a damage formula, or maybe an override damage formula somehow or something. Or, like, just status, this, at this chance. Granted, I already have so many things that do that, but having just another avenue for it would just make it so much easier for people to just add their own stuff. Like I said, I have to, like, design these tools so that I can at least get more help. Crop and Claw 1, I could not design tools fast enough. Just, like, making this, and then, like, making it so the errors are just stupid and obvious to, like, find. And then just hoping that things work, which, you know, that part always fails, but still. Whoops, I don't want to, like, delete that. So I can do that, remove, think. This game was really fucking weird, if you really think about it. I'm being targeted for retention and it's working. Look at this Cringy the Kobold. I have made plain text into a scripting language for a kobold that runs in a circle. Doink, doink, doink. Guys, I can't wait to see how Windows falls apart when it tries to run this. Because, you know, I'm still mad at Windows on Crop and Claw 1. Crop and Claw 1 will just still crash on Windows, and there's nothing I can do about it. I cannot wait to make a team of kobolds. If you haven't seen, yes, you can do that. Mercenaries, you just, like, make one kobold, and you come up with the name. There you go. And then you do that, like, 4 times. And I wonder why half of my code base is not, or, like, half of my translation layers are just not working. Who knows? Kobold. Green, and his name is B. And there you go, 4 kobolds. They are the ADHD creatures. There you go, 4 kobolds. I apparently have a dragon fruit in the default party for some reason. Kobolds actually have a very fast speed, if I recall, so they actually attack a lot. In fact, they might actually have the highest speed of creatures, but I'm not really sure. You could also just, like, mash buttons. And you could, like, see, though. There he goes. The full party with kobolds. Ding, ding. Very confused Diz. Oh, let me, like, turn this guy into a doll now. I just like to turn people into dolls. Spell slot. What do you mean? Ah, fuck off. I changed that to, like, not be a bug, and it still bugs. Put these speedy kobolds on ice. You're right, I should have an ice dungeon with ice physics and a turn-based RPG. Maybe one where it reverses the controls so that you have to, like, walk left and you move up. I know people love controls like that. Duplicate. Alright, it's time to have a funny kobold that just runs through the town. And I'm gonna have to put a bridge here at some point. So I could have, like, one that starts here. Let's give him the flag of Kobold Zoom 2. And... like, very, very slow, or very, very small tile move time. So, 0, 0, 0, 0. Should be feasible without too much work. Like, this lets me stress types to this. Turning an enemy into a dull kiss, you can say you're making him into a marketable plush. So this, I mentioned it before, and hang on, I have, like, on here, I made a recording of my fireplace, but I can't find any of the videos that I spent recording all that time on the other day. But I have the photos I took. And I have a doll that those designs are based on. It's like the Toad status effect in Final Fantasy or something, where it, like, massively gimps you. Hold on. I have to, like, go in here. Oh, fuck off. Copy. No, don't. Whatever. Cool big photo. But it's based on that carnival, like, I forget what they call them. It's like Classic Toy Company or something? Classic Toy Co? They did a lot of these, like, if you've ever been to, like, a fair or something in the, like, early 2000s, these are the dragons you would see. Oh, I just realized there we go. So, like, those, the Toad status effect dragons plushies that you see, this is actually what they're based on. In fact, it's like standing right next to me. Delete. Where's the delete button? Remove. Soft marketable monetization options, yeah. Kobold SEO has worked. Like, Cringe Kobold was like, I'm being targeted for retention, and it's not, like... Kobolds sell well. What can I say? Like, you can sell kobolds for, like, $1. Boss music was always really damn good in this series. That being said, this song gives me PTSD because of how hard some of the bosses were. Vine Viper sways to and fro. You could go to the park and just take them. They're free. So I could say, like, if we start a kobold here, alright? We move all the way over here. I want to line it up. 456. So, 456. Divided by 8. No, divided by 16. 456 divided by 16. Huh? Okay, fine. Well, like... okay, 28. Now, I could, like... you might be like, why don't you, like, establish a, like, pathing system? And it's because I'm lazy and I don't want to do that. So I could say, like... I could delete all that. Move. I am going to be moving west by, what was it, 28? And we'll just have to, like, put a bridge here later. And I just have to hope that I remember I put the kobold there. So I could say, like... actually, I can move to, like... I could add another 2 tiles to 30. Oh yeah, I forgot that this was a sad song too. So, like, zoomies. Let's zoom up. We'll just run through this rock, because fuck you. 352. 352. Divided by 16. 22 tiles up. Move north. How many tiles? 22. Guys, I will actually be senile, and soon enough, I will not know my age. So I'm going to be moving east. Meow. Oops. Oh, God. 336. 336. Not 333. That's Satan numbers. 16. That's 18. That's not math. 21 tiles. 21. This is so much better than me, like, actually having to look at the exact coordinates of the relative tile movements that I was doing before, and then, like, mush it into an auto start, and it was annoying and a pain. And it really wasn't great. Like, I don't need this path feature anymore. Because that's what the auto run was. I originally was going to have it GD script it, but the fact I can just plain text parse it now is so much nicer. South by 208. Move south. 208 divided by, I can't do math. 208 divided by 16. This is going to be the most well-traveled kobold ever. Move. Meow. I want to say 36 is going to be dividable by 16. How many numbers again? 136, 136, 136, 136 divided by, that's times. 136 divided by 16, that's... Okay, so I want 9, so it'll be here. Or here? 136, 9. That's east by 9. Guys, what's the best kobold? Like, what are the best kobolds? Let me get, like, some kind of, like, kobold survey here. I want to say it's, like, around here. 144 he was? Whoops. 144 divided by 116, 9. Let's see if I got this right. South by 9. And in theory, I think he should be in a perfect loop now. Cringe kobold. Damn, good question, your lost styles. I'm the best kobold, the one that develops. So let's see if... This kobold is moving way too fast. This is some Dragon Ball Z shit here. You said zoomies. You wanted the zoomies. Well, there's your fucking zoomies. Okay, tile move time. Let's move it by, like, 1. What if I fucked up the time scaling or something? Like... Okay, well, that's slower. I don't think I did this correctly. I don't think I did the chaining correctly. Move. Move to tile. Where do I do the calculations for that? Relative speed is here. Tile move time. Alright, I'm... Guys, if I... Oh. Wait, do I want to multiply this? Guys, I think I really fucked up. So in theory, he should be moving this way, right? You know what, though? He was moving so fucking fast. And he was still in the same position. So we've at least confirmed I did actually, like, write him so he's moving an entire circle. Well, now the zoomies have been replaced by the slowies. That kobold did the Kaioken, the Kobolken. Kobold used zoomies 3 to increase its speed and dodge chance. So yeah, I managed to divide instead of multiply, which just made them, like, even more wrong. So here I want to, like, up the speed a bit. So, like, now I want it at, like, 0.2, which was, like, the default speed I wanted before. So he should move fast now, but, like, not so fast that he is Dragon Balling. Okay, that might be a little too slow, but let's follow him. I know he's gonna walk through this wall, this rock, and walk through, and go through here. Yep. I do need to give him the Y thing so that he... God damn it. Let me just no-clip here. And he goes up, and he should walk through that rock again the same way. Guys, that only took me, like, a little bit of fuckery, but yeah. That was so much faster than how I was doing it the other day. And it only required me to, like, implement my emoji scripting. Guys, aliens are confirmed to exist in the Marioverse. So I could just make this guy even faster. This guy I could also speed up because, like, now he's, like, properly moving the way I wanted. Although, I have to, like, actually delete these speed turns here. Or, like, these speed modifiers. But yeah, in theory, you can make visual scripting for this. Alright, I forgot. I can actually, like, also make him just do this. Meow. 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 Guys, oh, look at that. Having a debug feature that lets you just fast forward the game is so nice. I don't want people to, like, be able to fast forward the game when it's real, because that would be cheating. But the fact that I, as the developer, can fast forward it. Did you actually know Mother 1, the original Japanese version of Mother 1, does not have a run button? That was actually a debug feature as disabled in the original Mother. But, like, John Nintendo, when bringing it over to the West, was like, can we just leave this in? Because the Mother 1 that we got... Huh? Oh, fuck me. Right. Okay, so I actually do have to, like, handle if this gets interrupted. Because, we do actually have cases where, like, it can fall out of scope, and we actually have to stop doing things. So, like, await. Yeah, I did notice it makes everything faster. Oh, move faster. Yeah, that's true, because, like, NPCs also move faster. I do like how RPG Maker by default lets you hold Alt. Yeah, that was like a... Was that a control or something? Alt always, like, affects things, so I was afraid of that. Right, this was a thing to watch out for. I would need to check, like... Because this tween is, like, affecting something that could have fallen out of scope. So we do have to check, like, are we real anymore? And just, like, kill it. If not, I actually don't know how the tween's gonna handle. God, I don't want to have to, like, write tweens manually. Might have a control. Yeah. Motherfucker. This'll probably be an asshole. Object. Wait, what? Invalid. Wait. Object-derived class of argument 1. Oh, yeah. Previously freed, which means it's trying to access null, which means it's not a class. Yeah. So I do have to, like, cancel these at some point. Is it possible to, like... How would I do this? I also can kill this. So, like, this is mostly a consequence of, like, the tweening system. And it's just constantly trying to... I don't know why I can't just, like, say, hey, does this exist anymore? And just, like, say, like, can we... Oh, it's not anymore? Okay, let's just stop then. How I would do that, I'm not exactly sure how I'll do it yet. Because what happens is it gets tossed onto it somewhere else in the stack. Or rather, the heap, I think. And it gets processed on its own asynchronous area of memory. And since, you know, it's just a reference, it's very possible that the reference will go nullify. So I do have to, like, tell it to not I don't think there's a way to, like... Tween the... Like, is there a way to, like, just check? Are we gonna be, like, fucking up soon or something? I suppose we'll just have to see, like, how this will work. I'll have to, like, dig and see if there's an easy way for me to check this. Because, like, we're waiting here. Or, like, I guess we should also check up front. Because we could be in the middle of a chain movement. And that's always possible, I suppose. I don't know if, like, if the thing falling out of scope will actually cause that to... Oh! I guess that's it. Okay, never mind. We fixed it. I fixed it. You didn't do anything. I can't... Oh, cool. The golem gets to go next. Can I, like... Can I quick hit and... Just, like... I can't go before the golem... Like, twice. Oh boy, Glist can, like, guard. Well, everyone's dead. Kurva! Game over. I do need to implement a better game over sequence, or rather a properly handled game over sequence. I still haven't gotten around to that. It's still kind of just lazy, where it's like, it screams Kurva, and then just sends you to the title screen, Final Fantasy style. Average walk into Ask Kyvan's experience. I do remember, yeah, you, like... guys were, like, screaming about how horrible that was, didn't you? I remember something like that. Alright, so kobolds, So that's, like, another kobold. Now, one thing I can do is I could say, like, I could have a guy who's like, can you please just take care of these fucking kobolds? Oh my god. And if you manually, like, kill all three of them, like, murder them, like, literally grind them like a sponge, then, you can, like, get, like, I don't know, the kobold killer or something. I ran in there early despite being told not to and got my tail kicked in until I won. Yeah, see, that's the thing about Cropperclaw 1, right? If you know what you're doing, or if you're just really fucking persistent, you can just go into later game areas. No, don't hurt the kobolds. Anyways, time to bring in the NPC that wants the kobolds to go away. Where are we? Okay, this is Guy. That guy is gonna guard that house. He's not really specified. Let's just drag someone here. CSV. Okay, am I gonna have to, like... I don't know why I'm not importing some of these, like, something's up, and I can't figure out what it is. This might be a 4.6 upgrade issue or something. I'm not really sure. Maybe I need these translations to mutate so that... Like, trailer message? Oh, that's, like, for the trailer. I have to, like, redo the trailer soon. Wow, I just can't believe you said that. I don't even remember what I said. So, like, demo... Town 0, right. Did you know? Fuck off. Tip 1 of 225 tips in LibreOffice. Child ignore. Yeah, so, like, why is this not getting loaded? Kobold, yep. Now, I want to remind you, because of how easy it is for me to, like, implement the scripting additions and stuff like that, optimize translation combat, booklets table size equals 0. What does that mean, though? Like, can you speak English? So, I could do things like, while they jump, I could say, like, shout, kobold yip, I think it was. And there's the second hover. which is, again, that's just another way to say jump. Kobold Yip. And I don't know if it's going to localize because the localization's acting weird. Oh, God. Yeah, see, there we go. Well, I need to, like, shorten how long that's going to be, so I have optional arguments. I could say, like, it just only lasts for, like, half a second. Kobold SEO for the demo is probably, like, one of the smartest marketing decisions I've ever made. Why does it still last forever? It still, like, hangs around for an awful long time. Oh, because this one is also 0.5. And keep in mind, I can also apply emotes this way too, right? Unhandled X server error. I don't know what you're going on about. Kobold Yip. Kobold Yip. Dun, 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 dun. Relevant music for this, by the way. Adverts, kobolds, kobold-loving folks show up. Actually talks about hurting them. He can't get away with it. Kobolds yearn for the mines. Shout Kobold Yip for half a second. See how nice it is? I could just, like, have this. And I could just copy this, too, over, like, hover. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. So I could, like, block this out. Shout Kobold Yip. That's, whoops, no. Guys, I was watching a video about Redguard, Elder Scrolls. It makes me want to do adventure gamey stuff, except I don't. Like 3D adventure gamey stuff. I wonder if the Lizard Project's gonna be like a prototype for making a sort of adventure game navigation system. Shout Kobold Yip, shout Kobold Yip. This should come first. Because if it all starts with that. Okay, yeah, so you hover, you jump. I say hover, but, like, again, this is a jump. And this should just make him run in a circle and hop at every corner. Guys, look how nice it is that this is just so easy to iterate on. Yep. 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 Doom, doom, doom. Now, why the fuck does translation not work? I remember you considered a Digimon World like as a test for an adventure navigation system too a few years ago. I would have to remind myself how it would have worked. Hey, now translations, can you, like, work again? Or are we just gonna be broken and am I gonna have to, like, go dig in and see, like, why you're not implementing? Yeah, well, that's annoying. That's, like, the one thing I think it's not working after bringing this into 4.6. I blame, fuck, what was his name? John Godot. It would be in the... It'd be in the field loading, wouldn't it? If I recall, you're thinking about dragons and possibly using different mounts to navigate or something. It might have been around the time you got Skyscale. Well, Skyscale alone is like... Like, you could make a whole dragon game based on that. That's like Dragon Breath of the Wild would work like Guild Wars 2 Skyscale navigation. That would be such a good game. Just go fucking make it. Someone go make that right now so I don't have to, like, make it myself. Yay, sad music. This kobold is still, like, walking like this. Oh, it's still using the, like, directional thing, too. I also have look. I added, like, look. So those are also, like, things you can do. I could have this kobold just, like, blocking the door and just make that, like... that kobold just act like a guard. Oh, you know what? Do you remember that? Ah, that's right. I made that one kobold guard So there's a kobold guard in the kobold dungeon. Now, he normally serves as, like, you can't go here until you go beat the boss, or, like, the mini-boss, so that you can open a shortcut to the boss. But I was going to add I actually did add a feature where if you use a certain skill on him, again, adventure game logic, you can actually knock him away, because he's just a flimsy little kobold. So I can like polish that up now. Hey, why are we, what's this? Well, I can't because now I have to like figure out why we're not booting. Oh, if the path is empty, I think it, all right, because if an empty path means that there's nothing asyncing. So we actually like have a problem there. Hold on, I can fix this. Where is this? Movement path. No, I want actually, where's the processing for this happen again? Yeah. Movement. Do script. Right. So if we just like, if commands is just, if commands dot is empty, if we're just empty, we should just return. Like, we should not try to execute anything. That's gonna be we'll even like say like, hey, dum-dum, that's a no-no. Like, push warning. What node is this? Has empty path. Movement path. Stupid face. And me. At least that way I can have it, like, if you specified movement path, but, hey, what the fuck? Oh god. Oh god, what is happening? Kobold Zoom, what are you doing? Oh, I just realized that this is also, like, not great. I think Kobold Zoom 0 and Kobold Zoom... Okay, yeah, whoops. Okay, there, now it's correct. This should be Kobold Zoom 2, right? Yes, okay, good. Kobold Zoom... Okay, so, like, what are we... So which one? It is, like, Kobold Zoom 1. Right. I told you to not fuck up. So you should not fuck... Oh, because it's doing this. That's what's happening. First off, await kernel.getRoot process frame. That way, at the very end of the script, we at least wait one frame. Well, it's not 408, it's not 4800 errors. It's 4808 whatever, like, warnings. I specifically said warnings. See here, because, like, what happens is I was just while truing, basically. And you know what happens when you don't async a while true? Yep, it just does nothing. So here, I at least force it to await a frame at the end of the script, and that allows it to, like, give control back to the engine. So that's why I, like, do it that way. However, I also should be doing it like this, where I put this check here. So already at the end of this, god, these games have very short soundtracks. So see, now that doesn't crash or lock up, and it doesn't flood my thing, because now I'm only throwing it at here, and then I'm breaking out of it early. So I actually don't need this now. But, you know what? I should have this here. I should still delay a frame, because here's the thing. I could have them, like, look around constantly every frame or whatever. If I only have functions that are being called that don't async, that's going to cause the whole thing to fall apart. Because then I'll have while trues. And then you might script something, and you might have the game just lock up at boot. And you have to hunt it down. Here, at least, I can throw warnings. So one thing I could do, I could have this kobold suspiciously look around. So I could do, like, look, east, wait for 2 seconds, and then look west, wait for like 3.5 seconds, look east, wait for like 1.5 seconds or whatever. Now you can look at him, he's like being all suspicious. Oh, bye. Look how like lively things are starting to look too when you just do stuff like that. I could actually like reduce the wait times too. So I could say like 1.5, 0.75, 0.5 again, or whatever. Right, I also, like, he's just gonna, like, wait and then look again. So, like, let's have him look this way and, like, wait another... It's almost RPG Maker levels of easy. Lizard Raid. Oh, God. With a raiding party of 11. Where the hell did this come from? Okay, hello, like, lizard people. So I'm making a game about dragons. Please wishlist it. Thank you. Dog bless. This kobold is a suspicious kobold. Don't mind the fact that all the text is fucked up right now. Can I get into the combat? Hold on. Like, come on, and... Got him. I got it. Oh, that was first try. Yeah. Do the thing. Does this have... This does not have the thing. Here, I'll just poison a kobold. Oh my god, that's a lot of, like, lizards. Where do these lizards come from? I feel like I recognize that name. Who's, like... Whose name is that? Onizumi Kohari. That's, like, someone in, like, one of these lizard chats I've been in, right? Like, I can't tell anymore. I'm starting to get, like, the 700 kobolds, or not kobolds, like, dragon chats that I've been, like, shilling in, all confused and backwards. People started calling me lizard even though I'm a pufferfish. Oh, dude, I also love OpenBSD. It is the best server. Like, OpenBSD is the most solid server you can use. People start calling me lizard even though I'm a pufferfish. When I looked for a Godot game dev, I couldn't resist to raid an actual lizard. Yeah, snakes, plant snakes especially, are basically lizards without legs and arms and brain cells. Anyways, yes, kobold or dragon game developer. So, like, that's convenient. That's probably gonna overlap with your audience. This is like a premium dragon content TM. Long lizards. Oh, right. So, like, what I was saying earlier. Let me, like, no clip and no ink. So over here, I have all these kobolds that were using the old auto run system, which I'm now going to go and replace. Whoops. Save. This guy is one who is... You can, like, push him around and stuff, right? So he's meant to be a guard so that you can't, like, walk over here. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to beat the mini-boss, and then he'll open up. But with the game design that we go with, it's more like an adventure RPG. And, so I could use techniques, the Bataram on Behemoth, and the thing will just not work because it's a piece of shit sometimes. No, stop. You are... Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because I have the no-clip on. It might be all... Fuck. God damn it! Go away! Stupid kobold. I almost, like, forced myself to lose. K-Guard talk. This also, like, screwed up earlier. So, okay, yeah. K-Guard knockoff, and then he just zooms. Now, that's not very polished. But what I can do... Now that I've, like, done this whole crazy scripting system where I could just... If you're a Godot dev, you might find this really interesting, okay? So, I do a technique where I store strings and callables into a dictionary, and I feed that into a script parser. I've been, like... people who've been here for like the past few streams are probably sick of listening to this. But you can see I can like block out a dictionary table with a string name and a callable. And it lets me just say like, okay, I can execute these and I could like throw them into async commands. And I could build out like entire cutscenes with doing this if I wanted to. Now, I am going to probably set this up to also take certain arguments, which will be neat. But it'll probably take me some shenanigans, and it will make it not as universal, but it is a very funny system. I originally wrote this system because I wanted to see if I could make emojis into a scriptable thing. Which it is technically possible, but in the way that if you do it, you probably are going to hell. Like, probably before you die. I forgot how much I liked this song. This credits song. There is good music in Pit. Right, so anyways, Kobold Dungeon time. Kobold. I'm gonna have to, like, figure out what Godot 4.6 broke. Has anyone, like, of all you new Godot devs, like, have you all, like, tried 4.6 yet? I mostly had a smooth upgrade. The only thing I'm noticing is that, I'm mostly noticing that I just have, like, fuck-ups with the translation system that I use. So, like, that's why this is also weird. How long have you been working on this game? A while. So, okay, so this is a sequel. Crop and Claw 1 is on Steam. You can go get it right now. You should. You actually are obligated. In fact, when you entered there, you signed a contract that, like, said you're gonna go buy Crop and Claw 1 right now. Which is, by the way, that's more like a classic Famicom RPG, so make sure you know what you're getting yourself into. You could also get it for free on Portmaster if you have, like, a retro gaming handheld, like something from Anbernic. And, you can... What the hell was I saying? So Crop and Claw 2 came... It has been in development, like, we did, like, some R&D late 2024 after Crop and Claw 1 released. And then Crop and Claw 2, like, actually... Well, this is actually the Gorbash framework, right? Like, Gorbash is, like, a framework for an RPG that I'm building on top of Godot. And I spent, like, the whole last year working on that. And now we're moving into where we can actually work on the demo. Like, the full game. And the demo and all that. The demo's kind of, like, letting us stress test Gorbash. And, like, I can add a few extra features and stuff. Like, the scripting and stuff. That's really nice. And... so it's been about, I would say, like, about a year. But the framework is meant to be used for, like, 3 games, including a remake of Crop and Claw 1. And so, it's 1 year of upfront work to start work on content for 3 games. 2 games and a remake. And and I've even designed it, look at this. I've designed it in such a way that we can actually stitch all 3 separate games together, almost like Sonic 3 and Knuckles. And so you'll notice, like, I have, like, internal and CNC common, and in Zone I have, like, CNC 2 demo, and stuff like that. Those are coming from different PCKs, so if you add all 3 games, you could actually stitch them all together and, like, play, like, one full-size Dragon RPG. Just, like, teleport to the sandbox. Or not. I guess I closed out. And, so yeah, it's basically like a year to get the framework together. And probably going to be a year to get 2 and 1 remake. And then it's probably going to end up being like next year that Crop and Claw 3 will release. And then thus the full version. And then like everyone will be like, yeah, I get to play Dragon games. Featuring dragons from Dragons. Quick hit. Yeah, let me, like, change the soundtrack real fast. This is also... You know, I haven't really, like, played Bowser's Inside Story since my first time. Time? Like, I don't really remember a lot of Bowser's Inside Story. Anyways, so I can now take this, Kobold. And I can change it so that he could get like flung up more funly. Funly is the word, right? Yoko Shimomura. So as I showed earlier, he kind of just gets launched off. And it's not great. So Kobold Guard. I'm going to have to figure out how I want to stitch this in. The gameplay for it is good, but the story does kind of fade for me. Yeah, you do have like that weird like two-sidedness to it. Because you have like Bowser and then you have Mario and Green Mario. So here I have... this is actually the base entity, but here I have interaction script, Kobold Guard. So auto run, this just basically destroys the entity if the progression flags are in. I do want to make a dragon game. I will stay and watch. That's great because that's kind of the gimmick here. It's actually really easy to blab on stream when there's like people saying like, I like the dragon and the kobolds. Because then I can like remind you all that kobolds and dragons, and then it just kind of like gets stuck in a loop, like 7 AIs talking to each other about kobolds. Blessed be the dragon, kobold game devs. I'll grab some food and hate out silently. Have a good stream. Give me food. Actually, don't give me food. I have plenty. I don't like dragons or the kobolds. I like dragons, I simple. But yeah, thank you for the raid. I hate video games. So auto run, this stuff is just like some boilerplate. React skill, K-Guard knockoff. There are some links down below, I think, too. Or like all this stuff. Yeah, if you kids like want to go look at things. I do have the Discord and whatever. I'm like legally obligated to shill our own stuff, so. What was I doing? Right, so here I have, let's see, skill used. Right. So this code is a little sloppy, but this is how I was initially scripting a lot of movement and complex movement and stuff. And this means I'm also going to finally check if my jump function works. I haven't checked if jump works yet. Jump is basically a combination of asynchronously moving and floating at the same time. Floating, again, being like we Y offset from the shadow. You know what I remember? I remember I was on an old forum, and someone, like, this was around Super Paper Mario, right? And they had, like, a theory. Because the final battle of Paper Mario 64 was Bowser. And the final battle of, what was it? Paper Mario 2 was Peach. And then it was like, okay, well, the final battle of Paper Mario 3, or Super Paper Mario, sorry, that's not a Paper Mario game, is Luigi. So are we going to have Mario be, like, the final battle for Paper Mario 4? And I always sometimes think about that whenever I think about how Sticker Star fucking sucks and no one likes it. It's a very small thing I think about, but it's something I just cannot help but be amused by. Right, so what was I doing? Okay, so K-Guard knockoff, that's like the... I do need to start implementing say. I can do this. Wait, hold on. So, syntax. Because me can include a care set. And for those who are playing at home, a care set is kind of like a... If you've ever used RPG Maker, it's like just here's like a character on the field. However, the character set as I implement it also includes like face step and stuff. Instead, the antagonist of Sticker Star was your partner, Kirsty. Guys, what if I played Sticker Star on stream? I'm not even going to joke about that. That's not even an April Fool's joke. That's not appropriate to joke about. I humbly apologize. This is my first controversy, is considering playing Sticker Star on stream. Look. Okay, so I want a say feature. We laugh while you suffer. Yeah. So I could do like static, func, say. Me, field entity. Because variant, I might as well just pass in the variant. Variant rodent. Void, blah, pass for now. And see, if I want to extend this, I just do like, whoops, say. Because remember, this is coming from this entity. The entity is always the first argument in this way, though, in the way this processes. So I could like pass in say, and then I just, in turn, passed off control like, was it field story? Field.command.story? I don't remember my own API. Here we go. Speak. I don't want to have to do this part. How do I do it everywhere else? Literally everywhere else. In fact, I literally do it down here, don't I? No. In the Cobalt Guard. Story prep speak, that's what I do. So I could do like story prep speak. Oh, and I also need to like bring in story, right? Just copy that over real fast. Lazy code, don't mind me. Too few arguments for... No shit, because I'm in the middle of writing this. Charset, me.charset, yes. Message sources, that's just gonna be message. Mugshot ID, okay, that is gonna actually need to be requiring some things. In this case, I actually would move it off to here, right? How am I binding this? I don't remember. No, I did this like before already, and it actually worked. So I could say that the mugshot ID will come last, and we'll just default to 0. Mugshot ID is because there are 4 mugshots allocated, and we just write to whichever mugshot is getting used for a certain character talking. And we could overwrite that as we need to, but I'm not going to worry about that too much. And then, emotion, I will actually need to map that to a string, I think. So I'm going to say string. This is getting long. I hate it when it gets long, so I'm going to do this and drive some people mad. Guys, this is what OpenBSD's thing actually looks like, kind of more like that. They like their, like, really explicit, like, clean code line by line and stuff. Mugshot ID. And I'm going to start with just, like, default with... Where is the... Is it charset.emotion? Char color? Fallbacks? Mugshots. Emote. There we go, yeah. So I'm going to start with just a single this, and I'll just deal with that for now. And then I'll make it so you can change which emotion a character is speaking in. And I have to do it through this way, plain text-wise, because that is just right now, it is the safest, the most readable way from a glance. Emotes are probably not going to change. You're going to be able to, like, map multiple of them. So... See, I can do this because I have the context of charset, like, based on the character on the field, so that does give me some access to a context there without having to, like, manually set it and configure it in a scripting thing. I think I can also, like, merge dictionaries on the fly, but I would have to, like, look at how to do that best without, like, having to redo it over and over again and slow everything down. So, await speak.call. Wait, no. Yeah, me. Oh, that's an array. Right. Okay, I have to, like, process this multiple ways. For CMD, callable in speak. Await cmd.call, and I'll just fix that later if I have to. Actually, it should not have arguments. I know something's gonna fuck up, so I'm just gonna, like, also preemptively pass in, utils, .fn, .print, no. Hey, wait, I have a print call, wait, is this just, like, what I've been, oh, I just have a function that does this. Man, I forgot about this. I have not looked at some of this code in a very long time. CMD, okay, there. Now, when, not if something fucks up, I can just quickly look at that. Speak, prep speak. So I can put in a mugshot ID later if I want to override something, but for now I'm not going to do that. Now, I'm going to have to parse all of this. So what's going to happen is this is going to kind of get rearranged a bit. Speak is now going to be a speaking call here somewhere, whatever. We laugh at you. I don't know why I'm looking at that again. Living in my head, Radiant Free. Radiant Free? So for now, I'm just gonna, like, hard code this script. Like, launch script. It'll be a multi-line. I believe I set it so that the new line won't cause problems. Should just return an empty callable, which does nothing. Now, I could basically do kind of like what I did over here. Town 0. That's not what I want. I should play this game again just because of the music. So now I could take some of this, like, nice, easy, like, easy to read, easy to change scripting, and I could just use this to replace a lot. In theory, I should be able to do something like, Radiant Freight for when I need to be transferred. So I could say, like, the Kobold here, again, care set. They all have their own care sets. I can make unique. So this one's his own. Ooh! Left click. Ooh, I like this. This is new to Godot 4.6. It's like you have a clear idea if you're looking at referenced or unique entities and IDs. I like that. That's a really good change because I use that a lot. Combat sprites. I am going to. Right, I think this is the default. I don't have a face set. I'm inclined to just change this, by the way, to white real fast. Mugshots. Oh, that's what I'm trying to look for. So, because I know that this kind of like lines up a certain way, I'm going to say that I'm going to turn this into an atlas real fast. Oh, God. What is the size of kobolds? I don't even know if we have white kobold. Kobold? Oh, we do. Okay. So this mugshot's just gonna work for here. I don't even actually need a mugshot. I can actually turn off mugshots. I don't actually have a null thinking on it. So I will need to, like, consider a null. Or, like, some kind of, like, symbol that I could pass in that means null. Like, maybe just empty parentheses, and I could go real hardcore Lisp-like. Music is really nice in this game. Ah, Cabbie Cape is coming up. Cabbie Cape is like one of those songs that I like a lot and I forget exists. Let's just offset you for now. Move you up like this. This is its own, what? External to scene. Can we not change things? Yes, I actually realized that that could be, like, catastrophic for the entire game. Wait. Huh? That's weird. Yeah, and then Kobold White. What? I don't know why that looks like it's a reference when it's not. That's really weird. Okay, there it goes. Now it's not. It doesn't really matter what the combat sprite is. I guess I could just copy that in, whatever. Combat sprite only really... Or, the care set with a combat sprite only really matters. No ID on the symbol, though. Green often works for null. Oh, so, like, what I mean is, in my script parsing here... Where is it? This is Funk. Where's my terrible? I need terrible. Const terrible. Where's terrible? Oh, no, I just preload directly, don't I? Here we go. So down here... Oh, whoops, I never did this. This is like what parses types. If I wanted to feed in null as a deliberate argument, what I could do is I could say like elif arg. Do we have an is equal when it's a... Well, it's a variant, right? Yeah, no, it's a string, right? Because we're parsing strings. Do we have equals, or is like... Maybe we just do the symbol of equals, I guess, probably. Just a comparison. Arg equals, and I could say like this, and I could just say that's null. And then I could say like if I wanted to set mugshot to null, I could just do that. So I could say like Kguard knockoff, and that would be like null here. Oh, poof. I heard on the offset something about kobold and null and thought you meant like making your character... No, I just have like two processes in my brain, and I have no asynchronous protection. Like that, there's no like locking or anything in my brain. So it just like overwrites memory on the other side of my brain, and it's just gonna like have two messages leak into each other. I can't process information very quickly. There's a reason why I have to make RPGs, is because I can't process fast things. Kguard knockoff, mugshot 0, which by default is the setting, so I should in theory just be able to do this. Now what I want to check is if this actually works. So this is actually going to compile, and I'm going to see if I could say like remove M here. So don't focus M, in fact go away M. Oh, and I also need to implement a feature to like start setting flags. That's actually something I need to consider how I want to arrange that actually. So SRAM flags, set zone flag. I'm going to just store that, where is this? Syntax. I probably shouldn't put this here, but this is growing scope anyways. So, flag set and SRAM flags, set zone flag. So for whatever our current zone is, we're gonna set a flag, and this will just be like shorthand for that. We'll just bind true ahead of time. I believe that this is expecting Boolean. I will need variants of this, which will allow me to just set values directly and stuff too, but that's a little more complicated and not what I want to do right now. Oh, whoops. So in theory, if I wrote two parentheses empty like this, I would actually just get a null. Now that could fuck with other parsing things, that's why I have to be careful. So I could also say like capital just null. I could say like, I could give like prepare for a symbol or something on the front. There's a number of ways that I could just decide what null is going to be represented by. I could change this to an emoji, and that'll be like how that works. Man, if I made a guide on YouTube, just like how to make emoji scripting, I would become a like celebrity overnight. I think everyone and their grandma would subscribe and like throw $1 million at me. I can't wait to, like, run this and everything breaks. I'm gonna have to, like, go through debugging it all one by one. So anyways, I registered, flag set. By the way, this is kind of actually how Godot works under the hood. It's a little more complex because it has class DB and you're adding classes with functions rather than just functions directly. But this is actually how Godot kind of works. In the C++ level, you just take your function pointers or whatever, like, abstractions they have, callables, whatever, and you just point, like, here's this symbol, and it points to this function. The only difference is just running in GD script because it's just easier for me to work with. I don't have to worry about compiling. I am probably going to have to compile chunks of the engine to work in ARM64 Linux just so it'll run more performant on the handhelds. So flag set. And I'm going to set the flag of Kobold Guard. In theory, I think it will implicitly change the string into a string name. I'm gonna hope so. I'm too lazy to... Do I have a elif string name? Okay, yeah. Right, pulling from VM symbols. That's like if you wanted to return a function name or something. I think that's just so I was slightly faster when I return things. So flag set, Kobold Guard, that should now be a thing. That'll let me control... Once I pass like things like that, that means I can like start setting variables and stuff from the VM here. Quote-unquote VM. Do I want... Oh, this is an emote. I can actually put whatever I want there. Say KGuard knockoff. And of course the message commands like do all the translations and stuff in there. Whenever I figured out why they stopped working. I can also like in theory like just have a text file and like outsource scripts to that. That's also a healthy way to do it. Probably healthier than how I'm doing it. In fact, let me like mess around a little. Done mines. Mine 0. I'm not going to do this just yet, but I will probably set up a system that allows me to load arbitrary text files as scripts. Say KGuard knockoff. Flag set guard, and then the movement code, I'm going to have to do that after. But I'm going to save that until... Oh, lock direction also needs to be a thing. As well as unlock direction. Static func. What did I already write here? In theory, I should stick this in move. In fact, I might actually just do that. Move. Static. Oh, I already wrote static, dumb. Actually, I could set lockdir. Set lockdir. Me dot field entity tf whatever me equals tf. See, since I outsource some of that, which I'm gonna have to chunk up some of this so I simplify this code a bit. But that'll let me do things like lockdir, set lockdir, move set lockdir bind true, and I can make the opposite where I just unlockdir. I could also just make this like proper where I feed in an argument like set lock, but or do I actually parse true and false? I don't think I do. Ooh, elif arg equals true, return, well, true, Because that'll give us some strict typing for true and false. So I might as well just do that. Why not? Whoops. Flace? Return Flace. So that actually gives us a little bit of fun there. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. So in theory now I can actually just do what I just did. So I could just say, like, set lock there and not feed in that, but it don't matter. It would actually, like... Lock direction, lock face. Is it like a short word for the word direction? How many kobolds can you fit into a locking direction? I don't need a bind. I can just pass that in directly. And in theory, that means I can go in here and I could say lock there true and actually set the value. See how nice and like small this is too? There's nothing like that makes you feel smarter than like making a lot of code look like less code. Interpreting scripts and scripts. Why do we do that again? I'm not the only one that might be scripting stuff out. I may have to like pass some of that work off of me because of just how big the game gets. And so this just helps cut down boilerplate. Like what I do, keep in mind, so what I do is I break a lot of my code and my overall game logic into something resembling more like commands and namespaces. And that lets me like chunk things out. So like here I have story. This is a part of another thingamajigger. And this just abstracts away some of the globals because I don't want to have to think about it. So like request decision, I can just have one command that just like says open this and like you give like this. I'm gonna have to like probably be tricky with that. If I need to do custom GD script, I can still do that, and I will do that a lot. But when you're doing an RPG, you have so many abstract systems that just complicate stuff. So I can do like say this prep speak. This is still a lot I have to write in on places, and it returns the array of callable, which also means then that has to be spun through, and it's a lot. There is a lot of stuff that gets thrown on here. But I tend to battle test these. I smash these commands, make sure they all work. Prep, return a list of callables, and then they asynchronously execute. Or they don't, which deliberately locks the process, and that's how I can do cutscenes and stuff. Or things like this, like the blurb, that's like what those little pop-ups appear when characters scream. So I could do like, I could do shout, ow. And that'll pop up a little ow. I was not going to do this. I was like, this is a terrible idea. There's no way this is going to like be good. And then it kind of ended up working really well. I haven't really done any extensive testing on the RG35, well, G350 rather, but the R36S is like a piece of shit that could still run Godot games. And I do need to like at some point load in all this stuff to make sure it all works still. However, the thing is, I'm not parsing these one by one every time, keep in mind. When the script is actually being parsed, it runs and it generates a list of callables, and it executes that. And it executes it one by one, asynchronously. So it's not as if we are line by line constantly reparsing text. That would be expensive. And part of why this is important is because of the asynchronous nature of it. Sometimes we have to wait until a process finishes, like a literal wait, or a message is popped up and we have to wait for the user to exit. And by this, I can just abstract some of that out. I could say, like, say, kguard knockoff. And it will wait until the message, once I implement this properly. Bear in mind, I haven't implemented it yet. This is literally me implementing it right now. So, like, skill in target meta, blah, blah, blah. This is me just listening for a certain skill. That's going to be, like, the key to this process. Move distance, who gives a shit? None of that's really gonna matter in a moment. I can actually, like, say, like, move... Technically, this would have to actually be written in directly in GDScript because of how the directions are going to be dynamic. You could approach and use the knockback from the side, from the opposite side, so, you know, you do the knock and it's going to shove the direction of, like, Tecton in this case. It's going to be weird. But for now, I could just do it this way. It's fine. I could also set the speed up a bit. So I could, like, really lower it because it's actually tile time. Believe me, if I could, I would do this in C++. It's just I don't want to have to do it. At least not right now. But it would make it a lot more compact when it comes to all the GD scripts that are just laying around in my project. This is more something that makes sense if you're really good about namespacing functions instead of using the way that Godot is actually built. I actually played this game in Japanese originally. I had an R4, and I played the Japanese version before it released in America, but I could not get past the carrot minigame because I didn't understand the part about the enzymes because I couldn't read fucking Japanese. C++, my beloved. Yeah, I would like to play around more with it. I want to make sure that Cropping Claw runs on its own, and then only introduce the complexity of GD extensions if I absolutely need to, which, like I said, for ARM64 Linux is probably going to be a thing. And that's because of how, I guess for all the newcomers, since everyone else is also sick of me saying this constantly, if anyone who's here who hasn't seen Cropping Claw 2 is a Final Fantasy X fan, you're going to be like, oh, okay, now I'm really interested. Cropping Claw 2, and by extension its whole trilogy, is actually using the same system that Final Fantasy X uses here, where turn orders are not one character per round, one round character turn, whatever the fuck. Instead, it's conditional to what attack or what ability you're using. So, like, items is like a 2, guard is like a 1. You can see Diz over here is like moving up and down the prediction meter, and you can kind of see that, and that calculation is very easy on your average x86-64 system here, but it is actually horribly unoptimized. It does like many sorts, and it like recalculates the character's speeds and everything, and that is every time you change a menu item. And that's also going to cause horrendous latency when playing on like a handheld, like an Anbernic or whatever. Like the low-end systems. Like those little gaming handhelds you get for like under $100. That stuff is running CPUs that are meant for projectors. They're not fast. So I have to optimize that. That is actually something where I have to say, like, no, this is something that has to be optimized. This is not me, like, preemptively optimizing. And I may try to see what happens if I shove some of that into a GD extension. The reason why I also don't want to have to do GD extensions is because I have to compile for Mac and, worst of all, Windows. Maybe even WebGL if I put the demo on, like, itch for, like, weblings or whatever. Which I'm not really even confident I'm going to do. And then Android, God forbid, I have to, like, make a GD extension for Android. Oh, God, I don't even want to think about that. This game's music is really good. It kind of does make me want to play through it again. I want to play DS games and 3DS games on stream. I just don't really have a way to record them. I don't want to have to pull up an emulator because those games do not work the same way when they're on emulation. That's like a rare case where it really is its own thing, and like we just don't. I can't like go over here and just get a Nitro and just like play on handheld and stream it. Okay, so what was I doing? Okay, Right, I can actually change this too at some point. But anyway, so flag set, right? So I need to parse this script. So I could go here, and I'm gonna say, move script, or actually, hang on, because it's a kobold getting slopped. I don't know, yeet script. I think kids use the words yeet these days. Is that still a thing, or is that so 2019? So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to go, I need to get my parser again. Where does the terrible get parsed again? Move pattern, start movement. Right, it's here, right? Path. Terrible. Here we go. Maybe I should, like, come up with a better name for this. I might actually have to, like, make this a class name, too, so I have better access to it, because I am actually using this a lot. Terrible. So parse script. It launch script, since it's just a string. And, you know, a string is easy, right? You can do anything with a string. Like, it's just data. You can have that in a text file. You can have that just directly fed in, hard-coded, anything. It's also horribly unsafe, but we don't talk about that. Commands? What was it doing? Where is this? Blurb? Nope. Oh, God. Do script. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna need this real fast, actually, yes. And I will probably adjust some of this. I should implement labels, too. So I can really pretend that I'm writing, like, some kind of basic or assembly. There's I would like to take this system, and I would like to push it off to C++. But again, I don't want to, like, effort. I don't want to have to, like, compile for platforms and that I don't maybe want to play on. I already have the problem with Windows, and I'm going to need, like, a replacement Windows, because I want to sell this mini PC and probably get just a shitty Windows 10 laptop and use that for Windows compilations. I don't even know why people are still using Windows. Symbols. Okay, that's what I was trying to do. I was, like, blanking out for a moment here. Field entity. I think it's in common? Syntax? Or is it command syntax? Syntax. Here we go. Symbols. There we go. The fact that I can parse scripts and, like, situationally change the table out is also really nice. Because I could just point to a global table and say, like, okay, use this one for parsing. I could write, like, all sorts of crazy stuff. Bear in mind, by the way, keep in mind, with how this works, I could do, like, Lispy looking code to some degree. Lisp lets you change, or, like, lets you define your own, like, syntax, practically. If I wanted to make, like, something where, like, I maybe someday I will see if I can, like, do a proper Lisp, but I would love to be able to say, like, here, make the up arrow do something funny. And then, like, give it some kind of operation. And then you could just write code that looks like, is this, and then, like, maybe a flag name, and maybe that sets the flag to, true, or whatever. And then just, like, set V to false. It's stupid shit like that. You could do a lot with Lisp likes. But I sort of treat it like a, more or less like assembly or basic or whatever, without the ability to jump around properly. Like, it's not real programming language, quote unquote. It doesn't even really have real branching. It can have branching if you feed functions. Will you compile the scripts to some instructions beforehand? Yes-ish. Here's how it works. Syntax. Nope, not syntax. Well, actually, here's syntax. So, like I said, symbols is a string callable table. It's just a dictionary which has string names on its key, and its value is a callable. And sometimes they share them, like here I actually can, like, bind things ahead of time. so I don't have to write like boilerplate functions. I could just directly bind it on, and whatever's at the end will just get put there. And the way that quote-unquote compiling works, you can see with my finger fins there. Fin quotes? Vine quotes? I don't know. Here, for example, is like where this is how the auto start script works, right? Like the movement paths, rather, that you would see in the town. Start movement. Here we have the move script. This is coming from the entity and the inspector. Here's commands. It's an array of callables. And when we parse the script here, it basically reads all of the lines, every line, in a very rudimentary way. And each line will return one callable. And that's like one function pointer with its arguments. And it automatically parses the arguments based on what the sentence looks like. Or like what the argument looks like. So this doesn't even handle spaces, right? Like you can't do spaces. That's just because of how this is set up. It's not fancy. It's very utilitarian and basic. And at the end of that, that means that now all the text side of things, like the script or the plain text, is done. Once we have a list of callables, the plain text is no longer needed. This is kind of compiled. It's like a real-time, like we just take function pointers. Are you planning on having a lot of scripts, or are they sort of rare? I'm currently in the process of gauging how useful it is. And the fact that, keep in mind again, I may have to like hand off some of the work to like my artist, for example. Argel is in chat. And he does all the art. You can thank him for all the kobold drawings. He might, for example, I might have to offload some of the map development to him. And I can say, okay, here, like, do you want to like make a funny quest here? Here's like the basic functions. Here's how you just like write a plain text script that like is like some basic things like this. You want a character to move around, you want them to use like a certain emote, here's how you do it. So it's like, okay, I want you to move like 3 steps east and then like jump, here's how you do it. You just write these like simple things. He doesn't have to learn the entirety of GDScript. And then there's select more complex systems that maybe we do have to write it directly in GDScript, and like maybe get to access certain parts of the engine that it's not normally accessible. Basically, I'm like making my own RPG Maker, but without the GUI. Instead, it's just more text-based. Bear in mind, like I said, this is like easy to implement in C++ too, I believe. I'm pretty sure you could have like, say, string or intern string or an ordered or unordered dictionary, and then just have a function pointer for the table for the ladder. So this could probably be rewritten in C++ and turned into a module very easily, or like an extension. I am also going to consider looking at building, like, so like I said, the symbol table can be swapped out, right? Like, this is a global symbol table for entities, and they all expect entities to be fed in. So everything is done from the context of that specific entity. I could do the same for skills and for combat states. I could write in custom symbols for that. And that will, like, allow me to simplify some of the, like, boilerplatey types of skills. Here I use a lot of configuration in the inspector. For, like, say, like, here's, like, the different kinds of stat calculations. Here's, like, what it does to that stat. Is it going to multiply? Is it going to add? How is it lining up with the enemy? And, like, their defenses. But the behavior is all GDScript. Like, I have these exported GDScripts that I can write with a default that's used. I don't know why. Oh, right, because, so yeah, I can have like an embedded one or whatever. But this means I could have a plain text version too. And like, this could be simple scripts. Like, okay, I want to try this and that. Might take a while to parse though, especially on older if there's a ton of scripts. Not as bad as you'd think. Because keep in mind, it runs only in like the select moments, right? Because we load in, what's it called? Like this one, for example. When we use the skill, here, the yeet script parses this text bit. So we're going to parse a couple lines. And then we're going to execute each command one by one. Didn't I copy and paste that? I could just do that real fast. Okay, good. That's nice. So here, I could say, like, yeet script. And I could just return this, and then I can do all of this. Actually, I could actually just return this straight up. I don't even need to do this. Hold on. So, like, to follow this through, do speech, that's that, okay. So this is actually, oh man, this is actually going to cut off a lot of code. Hang on, this is really good. So all of this that I just wrote here, I mean, obviously I'm going to have to maybe re-include the part where I actually do the knocking, because that's going to be situational. But instead of, like, doing that all here, I can actually say return yeet script. Now, because this is a complex interaction, this still is more involved than, like, this does require still a little bit of GD script. But if I wanted to, I could give a few GD script templates, and someone can just fill in, like, some very simple looking code like this. So it's not like it's parsing one by one constantly and slowing things down. It's just linking up the callables, binding them, and returning a prepared list. And that just gets executed either once or over and over again. If it reaches the end in the auto movement, it doesn't, like, recompile. It's just going to keep redoing over and over again. So if I did this right, which I didn't, by the way, I'm just going to assume it doesn't. Then it could basically do a similar thing to what I did with this. And something's going to break, right? Because there's no safety checking at all. There's nothing. Because this is very rudimentary. Oh, hey, that looks cool. Granted, it's not compliant with the mugshot design, but for the sake of this, it works well. And now I want to use Tecton Spatter RAM. And see, this is already something I've fucked up on. I love making scripts like that, so you don't say what I'm doing. Yeah, this is nice because it's a very universal way to do it. It's like, okay, callable. Associate with a symbol, and everything after that first symbol for the function name, you just treat as arguments, and you parse them in certain ways that makes sense to how it's written. And I inspired, like, some of that based on, like, how Lisp does it, where it's like, anything that's just a number is always a number. Anything that has a dot in it is a float. I know I'm just saying that parsing might take a while when you parse them out the start. It's not going to be too bad. Like I said, I developed these things targeting, like, if you've ever heard of an R36S or G350 or like an RG35XXSP or whatever, low level, like, NBurnic devices, those are slow. And the main bottleneck I'm encountering right now is exclusively just the CTB calculations for turn orders. That's the one thing I need to optimize right now. It's probably going to be more later. I don't mind, like, a one frame dip compared to something like that where you change the menus constantly. Because you're going to be changing the menus, and if you have a, like, 1/4 of a second delay every time you change the menu, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be noticeable. And also, the only ones that execute... Yeah, dude, but if you have 100 plus scripts, you don't have 100 plus scripts for this. If in here, like I said, let's say, like, I had 100 kobolds running around, which I know, like, half of you want, right? I know half of you want 100 kobolds running around. That will maybe be, like, let's say worst case scenario, like, adds half a second when the stage loads. Because the auto move will calculate immediately. Like, this will all be compiled, quote unquote, at the start. However, after that, all of the callable arrays are basically on the I was gonna say the stack. It's not on the stack. It's actually getting tossed between the heap and the stack, I believe, because we're doing asynchronous calls. It's being thrown into the coroutine system. So once it's compiled there, it's like, I'll take, sure, half a second for 100 kobolds. I think a lot of people in here will take a half a second for 100 kobolds. And obviously that's a stress test, right? Like, that's not how many we're going to be doing. So I'm okay with that performance hit. And if there is a problem, then we start optimizing into GD script. And if that's still a problem, then you start looking at either C# or C++. You just kind of like work back on layers. I'd say like the RK3326 with 1 GB of RAM is basically our lowest target platform. And that's an ARM Linux situation. And a really suboptimal one at once. So we have our bottom hardware too, right? And we actually do test on it. And by that, I mean I haven't tested on it in a while, and I should. Like, not everything would be scripted. For the majority of it, like, is still GD script. And I just write it the best way I can without overloading the some of the context. It's hard to, like, structure an RPG in a way that won't fall apart or become really horribly bloated. Crop Club 1's source code is actually open source now. I deliberately, like, had my own Giga leak because I thought, like, that was great publicity for Pokemon. Like, they got all sorts of cool attention. So I wanted my own Giga leak. So I put up Crop Claw's source code, the first game. And it sucks, by the way. It's not good. It's basically the opposite of everything I'm talking about right now. Where it has, like, very limited scope of what you could do. Because we put that together in, like, 6 months. Not counting post-release fixes and updates and features and stuff like that. Like, the original 1.0 version of Crop and Claw was as functional as a normal NES RPG. Which is great, because that's what it was based on. It's basically like a hybrid of Dragon Quest 1, Mother 1, and Final Fantasy 1. But with dragons. Okay, so I fucked up somewhere here. Invalid call to function say expected 3 arguments. So I fed the wrong amount of arguments here. So I have to go check and see. I have to, like, get used to, like, what the syntax is expecting. Like I said, this is also a little experimental for me. I'm like, only realizing just how I can do this based on the stupid emoji scripting joke I made, like, a year ago. Message, emote, mugshot. 1, 2, 3. Kobold Guard. By the way, here's a pro tip too, by the way. You'll notice here, I could, like, click here. These are GD scripts. You can export GD script. So if you want to, like, modularize things, like, this is how I do skills. I'm not gonna, like, deal with fucking a billion, like, nodes with subnodes. I'm not going to deal with a bunch of, like, resources with sub-resources just because of stupid janky workarounds that Godot forces me into. You can just export a GD script. Like, here's Combat Act, and I can just put in, like, standard is, like, here, and then you can just call, like, a script's act with the right arguments. Just sort of treat it like an interface. And you could just, like, switch skills around. You can, like, have fields use some behaviors but not others, and vice versa. Like, if I wanted to change a normal skill which normally damages to a healing skill, I could use this script instead, and I could drop that into the combat behavior. Better RAM should, by the way, not be usable on the party. Like, I need to set that to be disabled. Like, disable menu target on... That's false. Disable field usage. I'll deal with that later. Whatever. I'll figure out what I fucked up there. It's probably some logic with the interaction system. I hate video games. What was I doing? Okay, so this is getting called... You know, like... Poor brain is, like, seeing all the cool toys that I made. If skill is reaction skill, this is like, so we, like, compile it. The compilation works because there's no real safety checks. I wonder if there's a way I can, like, match if we have the right arguments ahead of time. Kobold Guard, right? Okay, so say K-Guard knockoff. This is the second one. That's what was not wrong. So I could just say sick neutral. Bowser Stolen Castle. Like that. I don't know why this should not be happening. Whoops. Yeah, like that. Stop doing that. What? There. I think I'm like checking based on my thing, Majigger. Stay. What are you fucking wronging about, you stupid dumb fuckface? It's the kind of behavior I expect from a small dog. Emote. Was it the same error? Here, just give me like what is actually coming out? Print rich. Oh wait, no, it's fn utils.fn print. Active. Right, at least that'll let me see what's going on here. Stop targeting that, motherfucker. Whoops. Stop. Yes, there we go. Okay, so what is actually being processed? K-Guard knockoff new... Okay. I see what's happening. We need to inject the Kobold Guard, because that's what's happening. The first instruction is not actually being sent in, or rather the first pointer. Thing, whatever I'm trying to say. In theory, I could say, like, prefix here. No, I can't really do that, because then when we call things arbitrarily, it works differently. I'll probably have to make a function to make this simpler, too. But for here, I'll just say command callable in that. Can I, like, insert an argument? I wish we had, like, a front bind. If we had a front bind, that would be nice. Oh, wait. At this point, all the arguments are in except for the first one. So I could actually do, like, command equals command dot bind target. Right, I can do that. It's a little awkward here. And out script equals... yeah, because I do have to, like, define that explicitly here. And we'll just, like, for each one, we'll just append. And I'll make, like, a utility function that, like, makes this a little easier at some point. Like a bind into all or something. Out script append. The weird capital D there. And now I want out script instead of yeet script. I didn't even need to, like, store the temporary. I could have just left that for the for loop. And it would have just fallen out of scope. Make sure I'm actually facing you. I'll fix that one bug that's pissing me off later. Okay, guard knockoff. So there we go. Now I've, like, gotten that working. Now let's see what breaks here. Okay, so... K Kobold 2, K guard... Okay, right. So because it's expecting now, that's actually going to be a problem. So this is actually a case where I just need to inject a version which has, like, this entity going in. Where are we? Hello? Oh, there we go. So I can do, say, flag set. I'll just, like, quickly make static func flag set me dot field entity. I hate that I have to do it this way, but whatever. Oh wait, no, is Luctor? No, that one's already right. No, I'm good. I don't want to bind though this time. I want to not do that. So I could do flag set. And if I really wanted to, I could actually just set this to something more arbitrary. I believe it actually takes a variant. Oh, it would also be good to, like, actually pass in the flag, wouldn't it? I'm kind of stupid. Also, like, zone flag set. Z flag. It's not even really a flag because I can just pass in arbitrary data. Variant? For V, whatever. Right, okay, here we go. Flag, string name. Getting awfully close there. Flag. Whoops. There we go. Zone flag set. And that way I at least have control from the entity thing to, like, set flags directly. Whoops. And I just need this because the me has to be here because that's just context that's getting automatically passed in. And I don't feel like doing some black magic to make that not happen. I could have a symbol like self, in theory. Like, just turn that into an argument, but it helps this way to just have it not be explicit because there's just a lot. If I split things out, I can do that. I'm going to have to do that later. I do want to do that eventually because that's going to be useful for cutscenes. Because we might change the scope of who's getting puppeted. Cutscenes should not be very complex in Crop and Claw 2, even though it's way more robust than 1, which basically did not have cutscenes. But, like, overcomplicating things would cause problems for the production in general. I'd say a lot of what's gonna matter is, like, the writing and, like, how we present stuff. Like, that's probably gonna be the most important part of, like, what makes the game work. Serial of Wend is also writing. You guys should also read Serial of Wend. It's on the site, kind of. Or it's, like, somewhere on my Blue Sky. Go look at that. Or maybe the Dino Leaf Blue Sky. It's, like, somewhere. Someone could probably post in chat. I'm too lazy. I think it was, like, dinoleaf.com/pages/writing. Who was I? If skill. I don't think we even really need this anymore. Launch script. Calculate that. Okay. Oh, right. This symbol changed. God, don't get me started about refactoring, though. That's going to be a pain. Z flag, Kobold Guard, true. Or is it 1? It might actually be 1. I might be checking an integer. Oh, yeah, there you go. I can't believe I remembered that. Stop doing that. Yay, it works! See, that's so cool and fun. Okay, so what fucked up here? Because something fucked up. Kobold 2 screams. You saw that, like, little blurb, too. Like, the fact that I could just do that with, like, like 2 lines is really nice. Like, 2 words, not even lines. So, flag set, Kobold Guard 1. Set speed, Kobold... He shouldn't have moved back, though. Set Lockter is set to true, so that should actually be locking him. I could also hide him. I couldn't do that, but... Oh, fuck me. God damn it. Go away. I'm out of here. Wait. So if I go back in here, if the... Okay, good. The flag actually... Yeah, good. That's good. So he gets, like, zoomed out of bounds. I could actually have this and then hide him. Hidwe? Anyways, what Argel posted in chat is more dragon content. You can read about dragons, including the cast from this, before the game. Say Kigard, knock off neutral. Lockdur True. Lockdur True did not work, though. If Lockdur True worked, he would have not turned around to get thrown. I also need to, like, reduce that speed a bit. Or rather, reduce that tile time. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's pissing me off. I do need to work on jump as well. Jump is also a thing that's going to have to be done. But yeah, so this is like why I'm looking at, like, because as an RPG with a lot of NPCs that move around, kind of do their own things, having some abstraction like this, like, immensely helps with the code base. Every line of maintenance is just kind of cut down a bit. As long as we don't have to refactor. God help us when we have to refactor things like, oh, I just changed Lockthar to a different symbol. Having text files that are separate would make that very good. Like, not hard coding them in would be very wise. Because then I have, like, specific points I can, like, look at and refactor automatically. Lockdur. Why did Lockdur not work? Me lock direction true. Maybe one of these move to pulse. Face direction. If lock direction return. So we should not have seen that happen. The fact that happened is like a crime against Koboldany. Let me like make sure this is getting called properly, maybe. And it's calling from within the function, which means that it's not passing in outdated, stale information. Stupid question. What happens if I set Lockdur to false? And cry. Okay, well, it's just long. It's just wrong. It's actually just lying. You'll find that whenever I code, the game lies a lot. And it says I'm wrong when I'm always right, so I don't know why. I'm gonna make this kobold faster. Should I just make this guy hop? Ooh. I will have to, like, I do still need to, like, apply a way so that movement script stops when some other script takes over. Something I still haven't actually done yet. I could also, like, lock direction like that. Huh. I literally set it to lock der- Oh, well, I also kind of set it to unlock that. True, so I should probably... Maybe there's, like... Maybe I'm, like, not... Maybe there's, like, a second movement process that is causing that? I should see... Lockdur 2. True. Z-Flag, Kobold Guard 1. Oh, speed also kind of got overwritten there. Move west 15. Oh yeah, I could also do jump. Let me try jump, by the way, just to make sure that works. I want to move him back, like... 168 divided by 16... Fuck math, it's not even real. like 11. I'll move him like 12 back. Okay, so 12. First off, he should be back in position. How does my jump syntax work again? I am gonna have to, like, write these down at some point. Like, as stuff stabilizes. Leap. Leap to tile X, tile Y. Was it exact? It's move to tile. Oh, so it's actually, like, gonna be a fixed position. It's not, like, something you could remotely do. So I could say, like, leap here. What tile are we at here? What are we at, actually? Where are we in general? Oh, that's quite a ways. Kobold? Kobold. Transform Kobold. Where's... 888 384. Okay, can I have, like, just quick map get enough? 55 and 24. 55 and 24. Leap. 55, 24. We'll move to that tile at a and with a float of like 17? No, 32. It's funnier if it's 32. I haven't actually tested the leap command yet. Leap. Height. Okay, and seconds. Okay. So this very well could just fall apart. In fact, I will probably have a commented version of move west like 12, 13, 14, whatever. Just ready to go, so I don't have to worry. Stop checking him. No. Ooh! Wow, that actually worked. That's funny looking. I do need to make a sound effect sound too. Or like a sound effect command. I've been like slacking on that too. I can't believe that worked. Hide didn't work after though. I could be funnier. Oh no, I could be really funny. Because now that like I have just jumping as an automated thing almost, I could like move him down here. It's down here. Divided by 16. Divided by 16. 62 and 35. I'll have to make a nicer system for this. 32. 65. Guys, I already don't remember what I just did. 62. Wait. 62, 35. I have like 1 kilobyte of RAM. Tile 62, 35. In theory, I should be able to leap down. That'll actually like let me see the fall a little more. It might be like more comical. It is a bit fast. That still works, I think. That's fine. Really? We're already at the end of this, too? I need to turn my light on. The sun is starting to go down. I'll be right. Give me like a second. I almost forgot how to walk for a second. This song does have good music, or this video game product, that is. Why did hide not work? Hide is a command, right? Yeah. Why'd you lie? Well, whatever. Nice thing too is, like, I can make a GUI that, like, allows me to structure all this I mentioned before. Because it's all strings, right? So you can do a, like, very basic string building thing. And you could probably parse it and, like, rebuild everything through such a UI. God, I fucking hate video games. Leap. Why does Leap... no, Leap does work, kind of. I haven't actually tested if Leap works. I'm gonna leave Leap as it is. Only thing that's not working is hide and lock direction. Wait, did lock direction work? Hold on. Now I can't actually remember if lock direction was working here. Stop. Stop. Okay, it just moves too fast for me to really notice. Does my jukebox have a sound channel? BGFX. I want my jukebox to have a sound channel. Like a global sound channel or two. Just like a boink. And it doesn't even have to be asynchronous. But I should have an async play just in case I do want that. Audio... God, stream. I've been doing this for how long and I keep forgetting these things? Okay, so... maybe channel as well. And... Static Funk, SFX play... That at least gives me, like, more ability to do sound things. Just in case I want some overlap. Jukebox doing it would make this a lot easier. Yeah, I'm glad I'm going to do the jukebox, even though that sounds terrible. So I do need... I can just do this. Unready bear. Motherfucker. Alright, let's actually go into the jukebox and, like, make a bunch of channels real fast. Oops. Audio streamer. SFX0. SFX1. SFX2. Guys, what other Dragon Media is out there? Because there's, like, nothing. Leaving now, be sure to tune in sometime. Yeah, it's I'm just surprised that, like, this many people suddenly showed up. That raid was something I wasn't expecting. Okay, so do I have all this working right? Do I even want, like, stereo? On the second channel, which is usually the center. Max polyphony. Maximum number of sounds this node can play at the same time calling play. Can I, like... just do... I wonder. Playback type. Stream or sample. This is actually... I do have to think, because, like, sound effects are weird. OGG and sounds, like, can... Like, I think they're streamed, but WAV has to be, like... I think if I set... I need to, like, set these deliberately to stream. Because... Even if it's a WAV, I want them to come from... the disc. We don't always, like, have... Well, actually, we might... No. I hate video games. Oh, wait, no, this is gonna be... Like, so this will actually be a little awkward to, like, figure out. I am gonna have a way to access assets from the scripting domain. Either way, I still need to make this anyway, so I'm gonna make this anyways. SFX 0. SFX 1. SFX 2. There. Whatever. Should be fine. Boink, boink. Bus music ID? I don't even remember what that is. Oh, and no, I do know what that is. That's the music thingamajigger, my bobber, my fire. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, wait, no. Right, jukebox is a singleton. Jukebox. Instance. No. I fucking love this song. It's like one of the songs I associate this game with, and I imagine a lot of people also do. Like, Ultra Kingdom Hearts. I remember I listened to that like 100 billion times on stream. Or not on stream, on, like, on the bus when I had my PSP, because that was my iPod around, like, circa 2009, 2007. Whenever I was in that class. Yeah, this one sticks with you. Yeah, it's like, that's what I say. If I wanted, like, what is, like, Yoko Shimomura music? It's like, here's a piano, but with some, like, reverb and, like, real hard intensity. And maybe some strings to go with it. I would like that kind of energy for finales. What was I doing? SFX. SFX. Stream. Oh, right. Yeah, so, like, channel. I don't want to have to, like, have two of these happen, so... SFX. Fuck me. No, stream, right. I'm forgetting the syntax for some stupid reason. SFX, even maybe I should actually just pass this in, but, like, no, I'm too stupid to do that. Lazy. Dumb. Why don't I, however, like, I just grab this and cache it, because that's being annoying to type. Streamer that. Streamer.stream. That is, in fact, what I'm doing, yes. This is the async, so... Finished. Maybe one day I'll get to play this game on stream. Maybe one day I'll play the whole trilogy. There's only, like, 3 games that were released after all. Actually, I do hear that the 4th is not bad. I think it's really, like, once you get to the paper one that, like, the like, series really starts to get mediocre. I remember even the Brotherhood one was kind of just... It lacked a certain punch that a lot of the older games had. I don't need the await for this one. Which game? The trilogy of... Oh, Brotherhood was the one that got on Switch. And I just heard, like, it was... I remember Vinny was playing it. It was, like... It was a game that functioned, but it lacked punch. There's, like, something about a lot of the earlier Mario and Luigi's that you just can't get. Thought that was about to break into a Super Mario RPG song. Did Yoko do Mario and Luigi? Or did Yoko do Super Mario RPG? I can't remember. I feel like she did some really early Mario games. At least something with the RPGs. I can't remember which, though. Dream Team was probably the last one I played. It had a good fun factor to it. Yeah, like, that's where here it is fine. It's after that, like, it kind of falls apart. So I will need to, like, have a way to access assets in this domain. You know, the one thing that's... Maybe I should cut that out and see if, like, the comment is actually fucking it up. I will have to parse the comments differently if so. Let's see, out script and then out script append. Let's just like jukebox.command.sfx play. Didn't mean to see much of Brothership as so maybe it was just the beginning that seemed bland. I don't know. There was something off. There was just something off, and I couldn't put. Superstar Sega, you get right into it. Partners in Time, I just don't remember. Bowser's Inside Story, you kind of get right into it. There is the aspect of, like, 2D sprites that everyone and their fucking grandmas have talked about. I need to make an impact sound. Do I have an impact sound here? I'm probably going to have to play that miss sound. Partners in Time, get right in it, too. I should... This will maybe work. What's zip? Huh. I think this is... I don't even think, yeah, the audio is not even being caught, so no one can actually even hear all these sound effects going on. What was in... Oh, yeah, I mean, I should know what the encounter sound effect is. I hear so much of it. Can hear it through your microphone, of course. Somehow not the music, though. The Yeti will, like, pick up anything. Oh, this is internal sound effects. I should consider being able to, like, call up internal sound effects at will. It might even be, like, reserved sounds here, like play certain sounds that are just always available in any Gore Bash game. I'm gonna store these here. Fly sound. SFX zoom. And I'll probably, like, replace this with an impact sound later. Ah, shit. No. Target.get meta. SFX fly. Nope, zoom. It was changed to zoom. I guess I just changed this so it's like default 0 channel. Don't really need to require it, honestly. Here's the SFX because it turns void. No shit, it returns void. It needs to be bound. Dot bind. Yeah, that way we play it, but we don't actually wait for it to finish before doing the next thing. That way it should be just a tiny bit more, like, flavorful. And it just doesn't work. Does not have meta of thing that I told it to have a meta for. What are you talking about, asshole? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I put the impact sound on this kobold. Okay, fine. Let's go over here. SFX zoom. There is a resource. Stupid kobolds. Stealing sound effects. Literally entire sound effects. I was like, oh, I don't need an error check. I'm going to set this up correctly the first time. No. Oh, okay, we'll just still not play, even though I told it to play. Oh, right, it probably did. It's just that I... Huh? Has empty movement... Guys, I'm so glad I added that thing. I'm so glad I added this error check. Like, oh, empty path, but you're set to path. Otherwise, I would have had to, like, freeze everything up. That's right. I was going to have this guy, like, do some floats. Like, just... Boink, 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 boink. Leap? No, I want him to do the thing. Actually... Well, I'd have to know what tile he's standing on, so... It is actually easier to do hover... Like, 16.0 for 5, and then just do that again, but now he's not. That's actually just easier. Okay, that is just, like, ghostly floating kobold, though. That's not... He's, like, trying to scare you away by being a ghost. Just, like... How about hop, 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 hop. Wait. For 1 second. And then it just repeats. And speaking of repeats, the OST just repeated. If he's a ghost kobold, that means someone killed a kobold. You can't even kill kobolds. Like, they literally just come back. No one even knows where they're coming from. Oh god. You know what? Here, we'll go back in time to an old game. I literally just, like, wanted something in the background. Just wanted to get something in. That was, like, the first thing that came up. So this should, like, let him hop twice and then wait, and then he should... That's cool. It, like, draws attention, so you're like, hey, what the fuck? That is going to lockpick the kobold. That's not how that works. Also, you shouldn't be able to lockpick the party. That's not good. I need to, like, set something up so that that is deliberately not a thing you can do. I need to, like, check if the function exists. Oh, that is the autosave. I don't want to use the autosave. There is an autosave, by the way. Bataram. Stop targeting me. Okay, I just don't know why you're not playing sound effect. Oh, again, because I... Right. Okay, yeah, so that's just the game. I'm just a dumbass, that's all. This is coming out nicely. I really like how much simpler the scripting is now for just ambient NPCs. I was not expecting to get this much out of it, and I really am. Oh, like auto start test. I could just start removing all these auto start tests. And I could just start replacing them with random kobold movement. This is great. Fuck this kobold, though. He ruined my test earlier. So I could just do, like, funny things now. I could have this guy, like, just leap down here. Like, or I could, like, do, like, triangle or something. And then you could look at him jumping around and be like, why can't I do that? Which just makes it funnier. Okay, Kobold, it's time for you to yump. Leap? What tile are you leaping to? Let's have you leap here to... What tile is this? I do wish I had a way to just quickly check tile. I mean, you like maybe like have something where you hover over and it like shows the tile, or maybe draw their tile on there or something. That would be a really nice tool to have, actually. Maybe I should just implement that right now. Too bad I don't want to, because I hate video games. Down? Position. Where's the position? Okay, divide by 16. Okay, we want to be, like, coordinately aligned. So... 16, so 77 by... God damn it. 77 by 31 is where we're going. Okay. Leap 77, 31 with a span of like a half a second. Ooh, I should consider a warp. Warp might be useful because you can like teleport things around. That might, I may need to consider that. I'll implement that later. Okay, so he's now here. And I want him to move 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. Okay. So move north, east by 3. Actually, yeah. So that would be a diagonal movement. It's fine. He can clip through. He's an NPC. He can do whatever he wants. No, you can't, because you're not. Whoops. Okay, so movie. God damn it. Right, I have to, like, go over here, don't I? Oh, fuck off. Okay, I'll just hop here. I'll have him align here. Hold on, so, like, you'll go up. That's, like, 3 tiles? No, that's 1.5 tiles. He'll move 1 here. So move north 1. Let's move him here to... So move west 2. And now he should just do a funny triangle jump. So then, and then like... Wait... Like 1 second. Oh, I forgot to set the leap proper. There. Actually, like, maybe, like, make him, like, let's make him high jump off the cliff. He's really enjoying this. Oh, he's set to idle, right. All the kobolds are now set to idle. You are gonna get smashed if you sit there, though. You go to path. You should probably face that place you're gonna jump by default. Let's see how this works. You are floating, good sir. Okay, well that lets me know that leap does not in fact work, actually. I think I know why it's not working, actually. Holy shit, a centipede. Ow, my spine. Move? No, no, no kobold guard, nope, jukebox. Nope. Usage. Oh, that's just interaction stuff. Task list, go away. Syntax. I need to go to the syntax. Beep, beep, beep. You're a shortcut. You need to be moved up here. There we go. Oh, right, I never set that. I need to do that at some point. Just kill that right now. Look, move, expand. Where is it? Leap? Yep, jump 2. That's the other name for it. So what's supposed to happen here? Hover callback. Oh. Wait, no, that is... Right, so hover callback. So this is supposed to do the tween. And then it's supposed to do... Yeah, it's supposed to call back at the end. So what is that? And it's not supposed to... Oh, wait. So I could just, like, print this finish. I have, like... This is a shitty way to implement this, but... There's 3 bytes stored here. Which... Every frame... Each one is being checked if they're set to... Any of them are set to 0, which is, like, supposed to show the progression. It needs to both leap into the air, which is what, like, adds and subtracts Y offsets. And it also needs to move to a specific tile. Okay, right, so we've seen here that the middle one is not being set. Why? And that, it... Huh? That's weird. This callback is never happening, I don't think. Breakpoint. Finish hop is not being called, even though it's supposed to be. What? It is being called, so why are you lying? Kobold. Dysfunctionally coded kobold, dare I say. Deal with that later. Flag finished bind 1. Oh, that would be a good reason why that's all fucked up. Wait, what? Whoa, man. Kobold battle music. Yeah, okay, so now we're breakpointing there again, right? Let's just do that. Yeah, but you're not supposed to float. Huh? Oh. It's weird shit because of the breakpoint. That's weird. Okay, well, the kobold is now a ghost that can just defy this, I guess. Why are we not falling? Oh, am I a stupid dumb face? I think I'm a stupid dumb face. Hover callback. Height. I'm supposed to drop back to 0. That's what's going on. So it's just immediately setting to true again. Hippie ass kobold. VW kobold. Ooh! Look at him go. Dude, this guy is such a pansy, though. I'm gonna move him over a little. So that he starts... 1, 2, 3, fuck. Move him 2 more tiles. He'll just stand on this cliff very unsafely. Which means I guess he will face this way. Move northeast. Right, west. So we'll go, instead of that, we'll go 4. My mom actually had a Volkswagen, like one of those, what's they called? Oh, right, he has to be programmed to look that way. Look southeast. My mom had a Volkswagen, and I remember we went to the park in it and stuff. It was like one of those old ones. It was nice. It was comfy, actually. I'm kind of sad it stopped existing or whatever happened. I remember my mom's first Volkswagen. She, like, saved up her whole money and bought, like, her very first... I don't remember if it was, like, a van or stuff, but it got stolen. And they eventually found it. But it was like all painted and like had a fire painting job and stuff. And it was like, man, that sucks. I don't know if I was born. I don't think I was born yet. My mom was already driving by that point. This looks natural-ish. Kind of. He does kind of like walk over there, and that's a little weird. But whatever. I think that's just fun. I could also like have him like right before the blurb. Or the jump. Like, I could move this weight up here. Just pop that here. Blurb. Kobold. Yep. I'm gonna have to figure out. Stolen a whole ass car. What? Damn, that is uncommon. It was like one of those Volkswagen, like, VW Beetles or whatever it was. Not Beetles. It was a... Oh, God. It's the ones with, like, lunch boxes and stuff in them. What am I trying to say? They're, like, vans or whatever. And he had, like, a table that you... They had, like, a table and you could eat lunch on it. It was, like... I used to think that was the coolest shit ever. Do they even make stuff like that anymore? It's usually, like, RVs and stuff for camping now, isn't it? And those are not great. Like, those are always falling apart, like, all the time. Happy Kobold. Happy... I can actually have him face, like, when he turns over here and, like, starts walking up normally, I can also, like, force him to look, northeast. Or northwest, rather. So that his movement maybe looks a little more natural. Or I could just not have that happen, and you could just be a fucking asshole. Move northeast. Look northwest. Maybe, like, make him look west? Because if he looks west, then he's, like, more inclined, I believe, to face that direction. Whatever. Okay, you could just be an asshole, Kobold. Didn't need to have you exist anyways in the first place, so... Oh, is he? I didn't even check if he was blurbing. Is he shouting? No, he's not. Why is he not? Oh, because I typed blurb, dumbass. Shout, Kobold Yip. There we go. Yeah, he's having so much fun now. Maybe not have that running for 30 seconds, though. Like, just real brief yip. I don't even think they're gonna make yip noises. They're probably gonna have a different thing. And I also have to have a, like, emote system. Probably, like, little quote boxes or something. Something Pokemon Mystery Dungeon-like, maybe. Where they could say, like, emote chirp. Yeah, I guess, like, that's true. They do, like, make a little, like... bird raptor chirps or something. These guys are gonna have so much fun. Kobold's scary. Is this one unique? Whoops. Oh, okay, this is already unique, I think. Scary music. My God, it's already been like 4 hours. Almost. I'll probably be done soon. God, I hope they don't make yip noises. Yeah, that's mostly a placeholder. That's why I'm using the translation thing. That just doesn't work, by the way, for some reason. I have no idea why it doesn't work. I'm gonna have to yell at someone if that doesn't get fixed or I can't fix it. I'm just gonna deal with that off stream. I don't want to have to deal with that right now. Oh, God, I just remember I have to do stuff later, too. I don't want to do anything. This white kobold is going to be a different color. Let's make him purple. Purple, red, blue, black, white. Maybe just have all the Yoshi colors. don't touch anything here. Oh god. Warp? Nope. I'm lost now that I touched that kobold. I should just have this guy, like, bounce up here. And then just run down. Boink, boink, boink. You know what's actually really good, though, with this is, like, because I could script out cutscenes. Like, I'm getting to the point I could script out cutscenes. Because it's cute and easy for folks to understand rather than an actual thing, yeah. Because, like, kobolds don't actually, like, yip in real life. Or, like, yark. The kobolds in real life are more like, I don't know, they, like, switch out your sushi with brownies or something. I don't want to fix this. I don't want to do this. Which is bastardized draconic that sounds like yipping them back and forth is how it's, right? Yeah, that's right. There was like a, it was technically like a dialect of draconic in D&D, if I recall. I can't believe this works, by the way. Like I said, I do need to actually, like, set this a certain thing, but... Oh, I realized something stupid. Hold on a second. Oh, this is hilarious. Hold on. Leap. I can cut this out with a string. No, you might be like, what the fuck are you doing? Hold on. But, like... Their target tile, but instead of a vector 2, it's just a string. And... Right, okay, so I check here. I should copy this out where I'm checking the X position of the player, basically. And this is how I could change which coordinates you're actually going to throw this guy into. So, like, target is by default going to be this direction. But if you are on the opposite side, then you'll instead knock them, like, off screen over here. I am going to have to make it where the character drawer also draws, like, their real world tile coordinate. So I could say, like, 79 and 23. Okay. Okay, so what I can do... This is so stupid. I'm committing so many war crimes right now. Launch script, but then I dynamically put in the target tile this way. Meta programming, basically. So that's going to get spliced in. So if I were to do this from the opposite side, if, let's see, the player is located to the less than, so that's closer to 0, which means that would be the left side, then that would change the coordinates. This is so stupid. This is like committing massacre right now. I could, like, delete all those comments if I do this right. Oh, whoops, I forgot to actually take them back, though. There we go. Okay, so I can no-clip him over here. Whoops, I think I just walked into him. That's... Nope. Let's, like, save the game and point at him. Hope this works. And there he goes. Okay. So now he actually, like, gets pushed off in the direction that you're facing. And if it's the normal direction... It's like I said, you can end up on this side and still knock him away. stop doing this incorrectly. Literally no reason for you to do this incorrectly. Stop doing that. I need to stop the commands in the bottom too. Okay, guard knockoff. Okay, yep, okay, I win. I'm winner gamer. Can I just figure out why this is still not doing the thing I wanted it to, though? It's still weird. Well, I'm glad this kobold's having fun. I may introduce this into my cutscene system, too. Because that's going to make writing scenarios so much easier. It does require a little more work, because the first argument is now needs to specify which character is moving. And that complicates, like, how the scripting looks. And it also means I'm probably going to like, have a way to access certain values from the object. I might be able to use NodePath. Like, certain entities and notepads and stuff like that. I don't know, see. I might end up, like, doing some more horrible, like, Godot gore, basically. I hate the factory levels. No one likes the factory levels, right? That's like a thing. Cropperclaw 1 actually took a note from the Duncan's factory, I think, where I saw a chest that was off screen, but you couldn't get to it. You had to, like, basically map your way around. And that's why the first dungeon in Cropperclaw 1, where you just see the room with the stuff, and you're like, oh, I go down, right? And then you, like, don't, like, that's not where that goes. And then you, like, oh, that's a dead end for that way. And the other way's, like, progress. Let me, like, go all the way around on the up path. And you go down all the way up the path, and you find out the door's locked at the end, so you can't actually get the chests yet. That whole first segment was just there to be a dick. How am I gonna do this? Or what am I gonna do here? Hold on. How many kobolds does it take to screw in a light bulb? This is also not correct right here. I don't want to touch the tile set right now. Oh, right. I could delete all this code. Oh, look at this. This is going to feel so good. Oh, yeah, that's so good. One, but they end up stealing it anyways. Whoops, that's the 3D. Guys, kobolds, I'm gonna have to start looking at maybe, like, implementing the scripting system into combat. I have to be careful about how I do with combat, though. That's more complex. I also need to, like, maybe look at how I want to scope some things. I think this is enough for, like, the vast majority of things here, at least. I think I can cut this out. Don't really need those. That is going to cause problems for some of the ones I wrote earlier, but that's fine. They're easy to fix. Say... check, I guess, would be like for narrate. So, nope, nope. What I need is, like, I need a way to splice symbols together, symbol tables. Well, I don't even know if I actually want that because of how the prefixing works, so maybe not. Why is this yellow? Oh, right, because it has the dummy here. Emote is not used. Oh, V, right. Yeah, okay, there we go. That would have been bad to fuck up later. Emo, I do want to do this real fast, maybe. So emo needs like a string table. I have to be careful with this. These all have to be expanded. Like, there's probably going to be more emotes too, so I have to worry about. Neutral, cheer, sad, anger, emotional offset is going to be a thing. So I have to like make sure that we can construct these correctly. Emote size 40/40. Okay, so that is consistent. So if I do cheer, the kobold should be all fucked up because it'll be like all weirdly offsetted. It might not even be visible actually. Well, unless it wraps, in which you won't actually even be able to see the difference. Assert M in... let's just grab this real fast. Oops, const that, do the emotion. Emotion. I sure hope that const dictionaries are not being, like, fucking duplicated. I'd piss me off. Emotion S doesn't exist. Doesn't real. Emote. I should actually be fully typing those because they are different from what might be an emote, which would be just a small thing. M? Oh, I see. Dot keys? Emotion. Right. And then keys that... Wait, no. Hold on. One of these days, I'm gonna just be like, hey guys, you should all just design a dungeon for me live on stream. The only problem is then that would be just a nightmare. Mug shots. Emotion? No. What am I doing? I want keys. I'm gonna be like directly getting based on the string that gets fed in, which, you know, safety comes like third or fourth when you do electronics. Cannot find member keys. Well, then you're a fucking piece of shit and a liar. Cannot find keys in base dot... Well, no. Fuck off and a half. You are a dictionary, motherfucker. Keys. Like, you literally are, like, right here. Emotion. What are you talking about? Invalid index type string for base type array. Motherfucker, you are an array. You have things. Go get the things. You're an asshole. Base of type. What the fuck is wrong with you? Wait, I'm a stupid. Can I just like do emotion though? Like, oh, fuck off. I was hacked. This was hacking me. I want to say that this is correct. Okay. Let's try this. What was I doing? No. Oh, wait, yeah. No, yeah. Okay. I wanted to check. Okay. I want to see what happens if I set the offset here to confused. Confused should actually get me a blank kobold. Because that offset is, like, off. Way. Very. Oh, wait. I'm a dumbass. The Kobold Guard has a weird offset with this, so... Confused. This should, in theory, show, like, the Kobold's underside. Whoops. Okay, so I hit him. Yeah, good enough. It didn't assert, so... Hey, does he, like, disappear now? Okay, I guess he does. That's nice, at least. I'm glad now that works. I'm glad that this is actually really working well now. This might mean, like, once this is implemented, oh my god, like quickly throwing cutscenes together is going to go much quicker, and that's going to be helpful for the storylines. Like, what little storytelling there is. Like, what little storytelling there is, I want it to at least be nice and well presented. Or okayly presented, at least. Do speech. Is this old? Yeah, I think this is old. This is actually, like, not necessary anymore. No. No, this is actually necessary, because this is... What? Else. Yeah. Okay, no, yeah, this is not necessary anymore. Look at that, slimmed that down a little bit. Oh, I see. Oh, and now this is also not necessary anymore. That's nice. Monkey. I don't like monkey. Oh god, where did I put the leap command? I have to, like, stop the printing that's been assailing me lately. Hover callback. Breakpoint. Print finished. Okay, there we go. I wish we had, like, pointers to pure data. On one hand, maybe I do, but on the other hand, I probably don't. I feel like that's code I could very easily screw up. Like, that's why they won't add it. House. Is this also Kobold music? What is happening? Why is the entire world loaded at once? Why is, like, the previous map and the current map? What the fuck? Okay, that one's a new one. Well, that's kind of something that needs to get fixed. I think I'm going to fix that one later. How is this happening? Anytime you walk on a warp, that changes you to a different map. That's always supposed to reset. Like, that's supposed to delete the previous map. Like, that is always supposed to be deallocated. What the fuck? What happens if I, like, walk through another warp? Those warps are not working. Where's this gonna go? Town Demo 0. Right, this is the... Okay, so, yeah. What the hell? All of my stages are currently, like, held up and... What the fuck? Okay, there's still, like, stuff hanging around in memory that's not supposed to. That's very strange stuff. That's very strange behavior. Oh, I should also kill whatever this is doing. If... If not me return. That is bizarro. Okay, that's that. I feel like something was just something with like the script kept keeping kobolds in memory might have also somehow kept the rest of the world. No. So it was when I went here. What the fuck is happening? I've never seen this one. Glitch City. Yeah, this is what happens when you splice multiple stages together, and this is not ever supposed to happen. Like, that's physically not possible. Oh, hey, what's over here? Oh, right, that's the black void of the building. How very spooky is this? Oh my god, this poor town. Oh, this kobold over here is having a blast, though. So if I go here... Yep, just like pops me here. It thinks I'm in the... It's changing, like, what stages I'm in. Like, you can see it based on the top menu. Like, okay, Town 0, you're in this field now. But it's not unloading the previous zone. That's fucking weird. Holy shit. What a weird thing that literally should never happen. It also seems to be reloading and stacking NPCs. Yeah, so like every time I'm entering a zone, I'm actually like loading in more entities. Well, let me like fast forward because that's gonna be good for that kobold who's like running around. Oh, hey, there we go. So, like, obviously, like, the world doesn't get reloaded if combat starts, but, like... Can I even, like, target any of them because of how the collision is working right now? It's, like, being interrupted by solidity, I think, or something. I might as well just see, like, what happens when you... Oh, right, because there's multiple of the same kobolds being loaded, that's also throwing it off. I think I could, like, interact with you if I'm, like, over here, right? God damn it. What the fuck is happening to this? Why did it glitch city? Huh? Alright, well, fuck video games. I'll figure out what on earth just happened here. It'll be some horrible thing that turns out to have ruined everything. I think it got introduced some here. So something with my like weird scripting system, I think is like keeping things in memory and I don't know why. Well, whatever that's doing, I'm sure it's having a blast. So I'm going to just unwind this for now. That's a 4-hour dev stream. But I feel like I got quite a bit done by just getting this, like, scripting system in place for fields. Like, field scripting takes forever. It really does. It's very easy to underestimate the effort it put, like, managing everything. So being able to abstract something like this is fair compared to some things. Like, if it was just normal, like, video gamey things with, like, small props, it's not that big of a deal. You could just script everything and it's fine. But with how much motion you want for things, and like just getting things in position, it's a very exhausting task. So I think I'm just gonna like retire for now, forever. In fact, maybe. I don't know, like, I'll be streaming more dev stuff on Friday, right? Like, I've been getting pretty used to the Monday, Wednesday, Friday scheduling. So I think I could... I don't know what exactly I'll do. But, assuming I fix this bug, I'll make something work, so... Maybe I'll start working on the combat implementation of scripting, but I don't know yet. I don't really need it right now is the thing. But it's not hard to implement. Like, you saw how easy it is for me to just add some stuff here. So I suppose we'll see. I like being able to, like, mess with some meta programming tricks. Like, that's always good for me, even though it makes my life a living hell to debug. And anything that'll, like, make it easier for, like, anyone else who has to, like, manipulate shit in this. Maybe I'll actually make a custom editor, who knows? Like, just enough for, like, basic texting. And just pass in the symbol map. Alright, it's, what time is it? It is 6 o'clock, almost 6:30. I suppose I will... How do I do this? Why not a funny raid? Looks like Mike got out of jail. I guess he got, managed to escape. So we'll have fun with that. Alright, I'm gonna pop out. Make sure you are kobolding and ready to go for kobold. I'd say that the kobolds are mostly gonna be like the demo. They are entirely there just to scam everyone, so. Until then, you'll see you whenever the fuck I'm tired.